Hey, good flipping morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little behind. I just got off the phone with El Capitan. You all heard it. We broke it first. Go check the timestamps. Mike McDaniel confirming Tyler Huntley will be, in fact, the starter for the Miami Dolphins this Monday night when we take on the Tennessee Titans. We're going to be getting into all that kind of talk. We're going to finish up these pressers, roast the heck out of these guys. And then, of course, we'll get into Mike McDaniel's latest presser, which just dropped about 50 minutes ago. So, everybody, thank you for joining me. I'm your host, Color Commentary for Coffee and a Cup of Color. And I will see you guys in a minute.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work for it.
What's this, Saturday?
Small group.
Friday.
Huh. Huh.
That's it.
Huh.
So,
What are your-
can you share?
What are your
Small group.
Friday.
Huh. Huh.
That's it.
Huh.
So,
What are your-
can you share?
What are your
Like, well, I guess they screwed me. We'll get that back in a second. Ruined my whole show opening because Dolphins media doesn't know how to keep their YouTube stuff straight. What McDaniel was about to say there was he really likes the potential of Tyler Huntley's legs, the prospect of using a mobile quarterback, and of course, he did mention that Tyler has picked up enough of the offensive language that he can feel confident in giving him the start. So everybody, welcome again to Coffee and a Cup of Color. I am your host, Color, and I will be bringing you commentary today after that shocker last night. We call that a hard heart rock attack in Hard Rock last night as the Canes survive a thriller, defeating the Virginia Tech Hokies 38-34. A lot of you were with us last night when we witnessed it. It was really fun, controversial play at the end. I will give you my opinion on that because it is a strong one. And I think everybody's missing it like they always do. And of course, the buffoonery in our coaching staff knows no bounds. So I'm going to get to the pressers that we missed yesterday, as I promised you on this special edition, Saturday edition of Color. And we're going to find out just what it was that they said that ticked me off so much. So everybody, make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're subscribing to the channel. And if you are Nene, welcome. Have a good morning because you were the first one in chat. Appreciate you, Nene. To go to the Jets Motivator. Wondering also what a Hokie is. In case you're wondering why he's asking, I got a poll started. For all of you coming in the building, you can hit the poll. The poll question today is from last night. Who do you think truly won that game? The Hurricanes, the Hokies, or what the F is a hokey? Currently, 12 of you have already voted. We need to get more of a sample size in there. So make sure you're hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel, hit the notification bell, and then give us your answer in the poll. And take your Hurricanes hat off. I personally think it was an incomplete pass. I might have even called it an interception because I don't think the ball ever hit the ground, but I think the defender might have already been out of bounds. So incompletion, interception, whatever you want to call it, it was not a touchdown. Should have never been ruled a touchdown, and we should have never had the burden of proof. But it is what it is. The referees saw what I saw, the ball moving. And that would be an incomplete pass. So, it is what it is. Look, at the peak point, apex of the jump, you can clearly see that at least 3 hands were on that football coming down. It looked for a moment like the Virginia Tech receiver had corralled it, but he also still had 3 other hands draped over it. Then you lose sight of the football from that angle. You spin the angle around, and you can see the guy is on his way to securing it. And as he is, the defenders start wrestling for it. The ball is wiggling. It is moving at that point, and it never stopped moving. I don't know why people are calling that or saying that we didn't have indisputable evidence. That was indisputable that the ball was moving. The ball cannot be moving. They've adjusted the rules. The ball has to survive the ground. He wasn't down by contact. The ref came in. Nobody ruled it a touchdown. The ref came in. Our guy comes out with the ball in his hands, yet they throw their hands up and rule it a touchdown. Which, of course, by the rules causes us to now have indisputable evidence that it was the other way, which is obviously going to be harder. Because on that other camera angle, or if that camera angle didn't exist, there would have been no way for them to overturn that touchdown. There would have not been clear evidence. And so if you're running up 10 seconds after the play is over and the defense has the ball in their possession, how can you be sure enough to know you saw possession and saw a touchdown to throw your hands up and rule it a touchdown? It should have been a ruled an incompletion, and they should have had to see indisputable evidence that it was a completion. So that way, if that camera angle didn't exist and all you see is 4 hands on the football on the way down, there's no way to overturn an incompletion there. So the mistake, first off, was ruling it a touchdown in the first place. So I don't plan to argue with anybody that wants to talk about indisputable evidence, especially since the camera angle that is in question clearly shows the ball in motion. So, in my opinion, the Hurricanes won the game. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The Hurricanes won the game. Now, the second point here that I'm seeing on Twitter everywhere is, oh, well, Cam Ward can't be that guy. I'm on the fence now with Cam Ward. Oh, you got to beat. We were expected to destroy that team. We were 17.5-point favorites. And obviously, they played us tough. So I would expect that we drop maybe a place or two in the rankings because we didn't destroy them. Okay. But this is the same fallacy that I see a lot of people making when it comes to a team losing or winning and then saying, oh, well, now that quarterback is not the guy anymore. Hokies had 138 or so yards passing. We'll get into the tail of the tape. Okay. They had over 200 yards rushing. Okay. They're playing keep away. And yet Cam Ward was still 24 for 38, 343 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. On the ground, 10 carries for 57 yards and 1 touchdown. This man put up 4 touchdowns yesterday. And over 400 yards of total offense by himself. Now, you're going to take away the performance of 53, 54, or 53 and 52. You're talking over 100 players. You're going to say none of that mattered. And now Cam Ward is not some person that you should be looking at in the draft because Virginia Tech almost beat him. No, Virginia Tech almost beat the Hurricanes. It was the Hurricanes defense that gave up 200 plus yards of rushing. So this reminds me a lot of a couple quarterbacks in the league where they can put up 33 touchdowns in a season, 7 interceptions, 4,000 some yards, and still be 4-12 and be considered a bad quarterback. I think you all know who I'm talking about. So let's not start this Cam Ward is not the guy anymore because of last night's game. You can say Cam Ward ain't the guy because you don't believe in him. You can say you still want to see more. You can say all that stuff. But these people that are like, oh, yesterday I was Cam Ward and now I'm not because of last night's game, I would say you need to adjust your football eye. Because even last year, we would have lost that game. We wouldn't have found a way to win it. Plenty of the top teams have bad days where they have survive a thriller from a bad team. We survived it just like they do. And we survived it because of Cam Ward. You know, 14-point swing context in what, a matter of 6 minutes, you know? We were just in a funk. The teams that lose when they're in a funk are bad teams. The teams that win are the LSUs of the world. Y'all act like LSU ain't never been scared by a bad team. So today's show title, Canes get warned. Yeah, that was a warning. That, hey, you have to show up every time, every game. If you want to be in consideration, you have to show up every game. Cam Ward did. The rest of the team didn't. Mainly the defense. Now, you can say they focused a game plan to run the ball to keep it out of Ward's hands. Yeah, that had something to do with it too. And despite that, the man still found 343 yards passing on 38 attempts. I mean, not to mention, the guy is still a kid. It's college. He learned a lesson last night. I'd rather him learn that lesson last night than against Tennessee when he gets to the NFL. The man's 5 games into his college career. And every one of them are dubs. At least his Hurricanes career. I guess he could have been in the portal, but. Yeah, and the defense still held their own in the passing game. Let's look at some of these numbers. Virginia Tech, 23 first downs. Total yards, 394, 188 passing. $206 yards rushing on 32 attempts. They rushed the ball 32 times and only passed it 34. We also rushed the ball 32 times and passed it 38. We had 165 yards rushing, 50 some of which came from our quarterback. And all of the 343 yards and 3 touchdowns thrown came from our quarterback. Now, the 2 interceptions he's got to fix. The fumble he's got to fix. All 3 turnovers attributed to Cam Ward. But you know what? That's because he's playing. That's because he's trying to do something. That's because he's trying to push. Probably a little too hard. The kid will learn that. He'll understand that. Lastly, do y'all forget that the ACC is like the bad teams in the ACC are not as bad as the bad teams in everywhere else? Now, I understand that there's a lot more bad teams in the ACC. There's a lot more teams that can't compete with the SEC. Okay, I get that. But when you're talking about the average teams in the ACC, they are far better than the bad teams in the SEC. This is what I mean. When we look at the way our team is constructed, we see lots of Miami-Dade kids. We see lots of Broward kids. When you see a lot of the other ACC teams, Louisville, Virginia Tech, these guys got Miami-Dade kids and Broward kids too, guys. These guys have big, fast boys too. And they're always gunning for the Hurricanes. They all grew up together. They all know each other. Half that team at Virginia Tech was playing backyard football with half of the Hurricanes 5 years ago at the park. Consistently, Virginia Tech, Louisville, Clemson, these teams consistently have above average talent, even though they don't win. Even though we're not the SEC. If you compare Virginia Tech, which is considered a lesser inferior opponent to Miami in the ACC, we were 17-point favorites. I'm talking about inside the conference level too, noob. Everybody wants to beat the Miami-Dade boys, okay? And don't act like you don't know that. Louisville is a great example. But my point is, Virginia Tech, considered trash team of ACC right now. Virginia Tech would blow the doors off of Middle Alabama, Northwestern Minnesota, Montana State, A&T Tech, okay? They will blow the doors off of them. You give me half of Alabama's opponents, half of them at least, and Virginia Tech will blow the doors off of them. We'll find out coming soon enough. We'll find out. Because the real play is that Louisville game coming up October 19th. That's a ranked team in the ACC. That's a team that you can look at as equivalent, as, not inferior to the Miami Hurricanes. So we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let me ask you this. If Miami blows the doors off of Louisville, then does that change last night? Does that make it different? I mean, who doesn't have a soft schedule? And if we're just going to say soft and hard is a 3-letter acronym, SEC or ACC, I'm sorry, that don't cut the mustard anymore. A number 16 team in the SEC playing a number 25 team in the SEC and them playing each other tough is, to me, the same thing as Miami versus Virginia Tech. I don't care what number is next to all of them, because I understand how teams like Virginia Tech and Louisville and Clemson have built their team. They have built it with South Florida talent. So occasionally, they can really get up for the Hurricanes. That's what I mean by gunning for the Canes. They know who everybody wants to beat in the ACC, okay? They know who everybody wants to beat. They know I'm going to Hard Rock tonight. Va-Tech guys, Hokies, were like, we're going to Hard Rock tonight. This is our biggest stage. I don't care about the team. I'm talking about the stage. They're going to come in here with playing. That's their championship game. They came in with a solid game plan of keeping the ball on the ground and keeping the ball away from Cam Ward. And Cam Ward, to his credit, maximized his opportunities, put up 343 yards passing, 58 rushing, and 4 touchdowns to win the game. I mean, nobody knows yet until they all start cracking heads against each other. And you're right, we don't have anybody to crack heads against this year. Maybe we played down to our opponent last night. Maybe that's what we did. But I can tell you that Cam Ward did not. And that, from a Dolphins perspective, is what we have all been talking about. Do we go after Cam Ward in the draft? And last night's game should have no bearing on that whatsoever. Because at the very least, the guy's 5 games in. Yeah, he learned a lesson last night. We'll see if he adjusts to it. If we drop a couple places in the rankings because we didn't destroy Virginia Tech, we're still coming. We're still here. We ain't going nowhere. You know, a lot of it makes a team, a ranked team, is their coaching too. And I can tell you that that little Hail Mary debacle should have never even happened. They were on the 30-yard line. They should have been kicking a field goal to win the game. And you might say, Culler, how could they have done that? They were down by 4. You don't know football, Culler. They were down by 4. I'll tell you why. Because when you have a 10-point lead with 5 minutes left in the third quarter against the number 7 ranked team in the entire nation, and you've got them where you want them, you've got a 10-point lead late in the third quarter. Okay. And you're going for it on 4th instead of kicking a field goal. That field goal would have made it a 13-point game late in the third quarter. Instead, you now have to score a touchdown at the end of the game and throw a Hail Mary. So spare me by even talking about the Hail Mary. The Hail Mary should have never even been in play, because if their coaches had any idea of how football plays out, they would have taken their 3 points against the 7th ranked team in the nation, and they would have taken a 13-point lead. And that play at the end, at the 30-yard line, would have been about a 42-yard field goal? 41 maybe? To win the game by 1 instead of a Hail Mary to try to get a touchdown because you're down by 4. What's up, Manolo? Yeah, context. That's how I started. That's what I opened up with. We don't win that game last year. We might not have even come back and kept it close. We might have just gotten blown out by 10 or 13 points. You know what I mean? It's what happened last year. So let's pump the brakes on this whole, oh, the Canes aren't what we thought they were. Well, maybe the Canes aren't. We'll see. But Cam Ward, nah, I'll take that performance all day long. Because that performance gave us a chance to win last night. And we got lucky. And we took it. Guess what? Great teams, and this, we're all in with this part. Great teams put themselves in position to have good luck. That's just a fact. And I wouldn't even call it luck because the ball wasn't caught. Period. By today's rules, that was an incomplete pass. And the refs called it correctly. So enough of that. Hurricanes save their season, go 5-0. And we're not even going to look back. Not even going to look back. Because when it, we take it to Louisville, and this game is a memory. And hey, it is what it is. At least we're having these conversations. I'm not upset with people that want to argue about it. Hey, I'm glad we're arguing about it. Because if we weren't arguing about it, that means we would have lost. That means we're not even in the discussion. Well, we're in the discussion. We're having it now. And we're 5-0. Until we lose, let's have the argument about whether that pass was incomplete or not. I'm all for it. It's fun. What's not fun is when you can't even have those arguments because your team didn't even show up. I really don't know, JC. That'd have to be a question for Hawaii. But yeah, moving on. Getting back to Dolphins content. As promised, we're going to get into these press conferences. But make sure you're hitting the like button. We got let's see, we got not very many people in here tonight. Is everybody busy on their Saturday? That's the risk you run with doing a show at noon on Saturday. So many people out enjoying this gorgeous day in South Florida. And I don't blame you. We'll be hanging around. If you're out shopping, we're here to give you something to stick in your earbud while you're sitting there on the bench outside the piercing pagoda. Or the Victoria's Secret. Man, I wish we had the internet back when I was younger, man. All them times they had to go shopping with the mom and the sisters and it's just I probably have more bench time at a mall than I ever did in football. But it would have been nice to just throw an earbud in your ear and listen to Dolphins talk on the Fins tailgate. That would have been cool, man. Never get bored again. Like, no, I'm all right, honey. Why don't you go over to that other lingerie store? I'm all right over here arguing with Fred. Yeah, I figured he would be, Cap. You can't get away from this news about Huntley, as you guys have heard. And I'm gonna say it. TFTG, first ones of the day reporting it. You can check the timestamps. Culler tweeted it out right as it happened. Mike McDaniel, first answer of his press conference. Tyler Huntley will be starting Monday for the Miami Dolphins. He's not going to go with the comfy couch known as Tim Boyle. He's going to get out of his element a little bit. Or is he? See, I think this is precisely his element. I think he's been dying, itching to get his hands on a quarterback that can get himself out of the pocket. He knows exactly what this team's problem is. He knows exactly what it is. I mean, we've got many. We can sit here and talk about all of our problems. I'm not saying there's only one problem. But when you talk about identifying the problem as opposed to identifying symptoms, the biggest problem we have is a quarterback that can't get himself out of the pocket, that can't buy himself time, that can't buy our receivers time to get separation, to go beyond the systematic routine timing of the offense that we run. Because when it's clicking, sure, we can put up 70 points. But this team's mental makeup is not such that you can have those performances and find another way to win. We end up throwing games away because of that. You know, he knows. Probably 65% biggest problem we have is that we don't have a quarterback that can buy time. That was the biggest problem that Tua himself said he needed to work on in the offseason. We could call it going off script, buying time, moving through progressions, extending play, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. It's called not being flat-footed. Not getting caught with your pants down, whatever you want to call it. You know our offensive line has failures. I'm not going to say it's trash like everybody else. The statistics have improved. That enough people don't want to admit that, but the statistics have improved enough to say we're not trash. But you know we have failures. The reason I don't argue with everybody till I'm blue in the face is because it's obvious we have failures on offensive line at critical moments. The reason those failures don't affect every other team the way they do ours is because a lot of teams can recognize it. They can get themselves out of the pocket. They can move the pocket away from them. Tyler Huntley is the type of quarterback that just gets out of there. Maybe it's his own fault. Maybe it's not a good thing. Maybe it's because he doesn't understand what's going on all the time and can't diagnose whatever it is. But it doesn't matter to him because he can still make a play. Sometimes plays are made just by getting the football to somebody in open space. You throw the X's and O's out the window. Throw the language and all that other stuff out the window. This dude says, I don't like it. Right at the snap of the ball, he is able to say, I don't like it, and get himself out of there. I don't like the way it's developing right off the snap of the ball. He's determining that the offensive line on that particular play is going to fail while he's dropping back. Not after he sets his feet, not after he gets a chance to look around. No. This is why you see guys like Tannehill and Tua get bum rushed up the center and the play is busted right off the bat and they take a sack. A great quarterback or a quarterback that's mobile will see that while they're dropping back and get the hell out of there. Reset your position. The plays that you intended to call has already been ruined. Sometimes it's not a matter of, I have to get to my third progression. It's the play was just ruined right off the bat. Most of them are. But I think McDaniel might suffer from this same thing that a lot of the fans do, is that they expect it all to just work. Like this is a video game. Like the algorithm is going to make sure your player does that certain thing. It don't work that way in real life. 90% of the plays that an offense calls in an NFL football game don't work the way they were supposed to. If they did, every single game would have 100 points. Because even the simplest running play, even the simplest halfback dive, you're never calling a play just to burn a play. Even when you're saying I'm running the ball to keep the defense honest, you're still expecting to get positive yardage. And if the play is run perfectly, any single handoff can be taken to the house if the play is run perfectly. So obviously, 99% of the plays don't work, or they'd get more than 3 yards. We say that was a positive play or a negative play. We don't say whether a play worked or not. Work means you got positive yardage out of that play. Not, it only works, it's only considered working if you get a touchdown. It's the same way our fans see defense. Well, you call this particular defense, if it's the right defense, the offense won't be able to do anything. And if the offense does anything, then your defense sucks. Bullshit. If I win a game 38-17, and that other team, their 17 points came by way of 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and both of those touchdowns were on a busted coverage, does my defense suck? What's up, Chef Jew? The ambassador of Dolphins community, chopping it up with us in chat. Appreciate you. Few of you others, Timothy Washington, Jamie Reichart, Mudbone, as always. El Cap's lurking around in here too. Got AP Ryan. Lots of regulars. Shake finally woke up. He thinks it was a touchdown, of course. I would expect that. Michael K, how's it going? Mr. Majestic, Dr. Dragon, Ms. Relentless, and of course, Context. Man, I found out last night, Context is a real one. He's a cane. He's definitely a cane. He don't ever doubt this man's caneness. This boy was in here last night just chopping it up. Definitely a Kane fan. What's up, G? I picked you. I see you. Everybody say hi to G. He needs to be picked today. Joe Wrist, what's up, man? Manolo, of course. Jermaine. I saw Jermaine in the Dolphins chat earlier. I was going to say something to you because you made a good point. Kevin Lee, big time excited. Kevin Lee is excited for Huntley. He's been all on that. Kevin Lee, one of our major donors. Always love Kevin Lee around. Y'all should follow Kevin Lee's lead. Don't be afraid. I promise it'll be used for good. What's up, Miss Fins? Good afternoon. Canes won. You got it. Aquavision, what's up? Bones is in here. All right. Good afternoon, Bones and FU. All right. So let's see here. We got about halfway through Anthony Weaver yesterday. And I'm thinking I might skip the rest of Anthony Weaver and move on to the next one because I would really like Anthony Weaver to be last because I want you to see the other coaches first and how they answer questions and the particular answers they give. And then I want you to see Anthony Weaver. I think it does him injustice by showing him first because then it looks like he's as bad as the other people. And so I'm going to do it the other way around. Let's see here. We got Frank Smith. All right. Big smile on his face. Got to love him. You guys are going to be amazed at what Frank Smith has to say. Capitan has a question. If Huntley balls out and then follows it up with operating the offense at a high enough level, plus his abilities running, do we go back to Tua? I might be making that the next poll question, Cap. Yep, you're right, Greg. It's now or never. We're in the run. I don't know why we're acting like it's still off season and arguing with each other. We're in the run right now. Whoever they put up, we got to be backing up. I mean, people can do what they want. I'm not the fan police. But for myself, it's during the season. I've told you all, I'm going to tell you how we can win. I'm not about losing during the season. I'm not into tanking. I fundamentally don't believe in tanking. Nobody's ever sat down and had a debate about it. We should. Maybe we should have a show one time and a panel just debating the fundamental principles of tanking. I don't believe in it. I don't think that's a lazy person's way to build a team in the NFL. And it usually exposes itself to be a lazy team. When it comes to, even if you build one that wins a Super Bowl, what are you after that? Dynasties are not built by tanking. What do you mean I was about collapsing at 9-3? Were you watching the shows last year, bro? I'm like the only one talking up our percentage chances of winning the division and shit. People were laughing at me for that, Billy. People were straight laughing at me for talking about us having a high percentage chance of winning the division when we were 9-3. They were laughing at me. How dare you get excited that our percentages were high? You remember that, Billy. I did entire shows about it, Billy. What do you mean, no, I wasn't? I literally have hours of content explaining to people our chances of winning the division, and they were laughing at me. Oh, we're not that team. We still gotta, oh no, Buffalo. Every little thing in the world, they were saying it. Yeah, I was crying about collapsing because when we collapsed, I couldn't juxtapose it. I couldn't reconcile it with the fact that we had a 93% chance of winning the division. That's a collapse. Of course I'm going to cry about it. That's not a tank. See, you're confusing collapsing with tanking. Now you're just being argumentative. I don't cry about anything, first of all. But if I want to use your verbiage, I cried before? No, I did not. You're outright lying right now, bro. See, you can't see the difference between me being a host and a guest saying something and associating it with my feelings. That's the mistake you're making. You and TD. I wasn't even listening to TD. I have no idea what his opinion was that week. I was doing my own content. You all think that I'll watch a TD show. You'll see me in his chat. You all act like I watch TD as much as you do. I'm busy doing this show. TD's on right now. How am I supposed to watch him, Billy? And there is no selective memory going on here because it's recorded. If you remember, then you should be able to go clip it and show me. If you truly remember, if you're not the one with selective memory, you should be able to go select the recording of me crying before the collapse instead of yelling at people that they were wrong predicting us collapsing. You're straight lying, bro. And everybody in my audience knows it. They had me, bro. They had me straight yelling at them that yeah, we do have a real chance. It was people telling me that I was being delusional, that we're going to collapse. How are you going to put that in my mouth? Do you not remember when me and Pete got in a personal fight and we were insulting each other on Twitter? Do you remember that? It's because I wouldn't let Pete shit on us and our chances to win. So I have no clue what you're talking about, Billy. You're literally lying to people. It's just like the people that called me a racist because I said that supposedly I said Skyler gives us a better shot than Teddy. When I sat here and argued with my own host, with my own teammates, that Teddy was a better quarterback than Skyler, a better option. Yet I got called the racist for hyping up Skyler. I don't even know why I got called a racist for it in the first place. But I wasn't even the one hyping him up. I was literally advocating for Teddy, is like I am now, like I was yelling about it, arguing with my own teammates that Teddy gave us a better chance. Not one day later, I got called a racist for hyping up Skyler. The great white hype is what the person said. And y'all still haven't gotten off of me hyping up Skyler because I don't think you should be calling him trash. That's hyping him up. Anybody you don't call trash, you're hyping him up. Okay, fine. Yeah, we all were there, El Cap. You were the one I was arguing with. Sick of this nonsense, man. Like, even if you think that I said something, unless you're willing to clip it and show it, you probably should keep your mouth quiet. You're not doing yourselves any favor. The old saying, you can either keep your mouth closed and let people think you're dumb, or you can open it and leave no doubt.
I know obviously so much of game planning is about exposing weaknesses in the opponent, but with that in mind, do you and Mike feel like you generally need to get the ball in the hands of Tyreek and Jalen more than you have the last 2 weeks?
I think ultimately we're always trying to get, our guys involved, every week. I mean, their ability to make plays obviously is, the reason why we're very successful. Each week.
Oh, I hadn't realized that, Frank. Could you say that louder for the people in the back of the room? Let's play it again. Let's do that. Let's play it again.
I know obviously so much of game planning is about
make sure you say it loud for the people in the back of the room.
But with that in mind, do you and Mike feel like you generally need to get the ball in the hands of Tyreek and Jalen more than you have
ready?
The last 2
Y'all
weeks?
In the back of the room, ready?
I think ultimately we're always trying to get, our guys involved, every week. I mean, their ability to make plays obviously is, the reason why we're very successful.
What? He didn't say is always a good thing. He didn't say can help us win. He didn't say, he said the reason we are successful. The reason we are successful. Not a benefit, not a good thing, not helpful. The reason.
Each week defenses present different challenges, and it's our job to make sure we're putting in the guys in the right spot to maximize the opportunities of what the defense is trying to present for us. So I think, as we're looking at it right now, there's different things that we're seeing that, we're really incorporating that into our attack. And the great thing about Tyreek and Waddle, like the rest of the guys, they just want to make sure that we're doing what's best for us to win, and whatever's necessary is what they'll do.
Tariq kind of mentioned that he's not at the point in his career where he feels he needs to demand the ball. I'm guessing, what have you seen from his demeanor or, the way he has responded in games the past couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think overall we're genuinely frustrated for where we're at and how we're executing as a group. But everyone's focus is on getting better and knowing that it's a long season, and how you start isn't how you.
Wait, did he say we're frustrated at the level of execution by the group? He didn't say we're frustrated with Mike McDaniel's play designs or play calling or what he chooses to do. He said we're frustrated with the execution level.
Finish, and each week presents its own challenges. So he's been great. And, in the course of a game, all the guys are competitors and they want to be part of the reason why we're successful. And I think.
They want to be part of it, but they can't be Tyreek and Waddle. So they're not the reason currently. They just want to be the reason. Well, why don't you help them be the reason?
He has been great, and like all guys, we're going back to work and working on the things that we can improve to make sure that we have a better outcome this weekend.
Frank, sticking with that theme, though, I could see where you don't want guys screaming up a storm on the sideline, pouting that they're not getting the ball. On the other hand, he is Tyreek Hill. So is there something to be gained maybe by him reminding the quarterback, hey, I need the ball?
I don't necessarily know. I mean, in all forms of communication.
He has to be in the game to do that, Mr. Reporter. In case you didn't notice, on a crucial third down against Buffalo, he wasn't even in the, or against the other night against sorry, train of thought. In the game we just played, where was Tyreek on crucial third downs? Even the Buffalo game with Tua, we pointed out. Crucial third down. Dubose and Braxton Berrios. That's what everybody said. Dubose and Braxton Berrios. Where was Tyreek? Was that the quarterback not getting the ball in his hands? Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So you impressed upon the need for wide receivers telling the quarterback they need to get the ball, but that's only Skyler, because Tua hasn't been able to get him the ball either lately. He wasn't even in the game for Tua to get him the ball. So if you're not a play caller and you're not designing the plays and you're the offensive coordinator, whose responsibility is it for personnel on the field? I'm just asking for a friend. Do you have any responsibilities, Mr. Smith?
I mean, whatever relationship it is, it's like you don't necessarily have to scream to be heard. So, I mean, however we communicate is the most important thing. But we're all aware. We all collectively want to make sure that we're doing the best things we can to make sure we're successful this weekend. So making sure that we get all our guys involved is the most important thing we're looking at each week.
Does you Huntley have like an offensive assistant or something who's been like assigned to just help him like do flashcards or so, just take me behind the scenes when you're trying to catch up real fast?
Yeah, Mr. Reporter. That's called the offensive coordinator. You're looking at the man. There ain't no other assistant to bring in. It's him right there.
Fast. Is there something unique that you do?
I think whenever guys come in that aren't with us through training camp, we use our position assistants, whether it's for all positions. We try and get guys up to speed, meet extra, have extra walkthrough.
You don't say.
Time throughout the week. So, not necessarily a quarterback position, but all positions. We're behind the scenes, making sure that they're getting caught up with terminology or, hey, this is what we do here. This is how it's read. Sometimes things are read different for quarterbacks, but offensive linemen, same thing. We bring guys up and, we use our position assistants while we're focusing on the guys that, are here present for the game. But yeah, we try and use the whole staff to make sure that we're getting guys up to speed. And then as guys,
no. We put in an ad in the newspaper and we look for a special guy to come in and be an assistant just for this one new guy to make sure he's up to speed and we can translate everything we need. No, that's you, bro. That's the offensive coordinator's job. That's the people that are already here to do. You don't need to go hire somebody, which was what the question was. Do you do something special? Do you hire a guy to come in and be that particular assistant? No.
Moving the roster that way. It's not like you're not getting any information. We try and use our whole staff like you use, like a whole team. Some guys are contributing in different ways, and that's how we try and make sure we use our staff appropriately.
When you have
Yeah, exactly. It's just like saying, well, we need some decaf up in this office building. How about we hire a professional decaf coffee maker? No, you just get somebody to go get a different bag of coffee. Could be the secretary, could be the owner, could be the CEO.
Two quarterbacks that are fresh to the team. One has an understanding of the offense because he's been in systems that are similar, but the other one doesn't. How do you make it palatable to retain all the information, or do you have to dumb down the offense to?
I don't necessarily.
I love this question from Omar. Or do you have to dumb down the offense for a different guy? Well, the offense should be dumbed down anyway.
I don't know if it's like you dumb down, but you always you're trying to do what your players do well and put them in positions to be successful. So think that, all positions we're asking guys to do what they're comfortable in doing and what they understand doing, and they understand what the concept provides.
Well, what if they're not comfortable in playing today, Frank? What if they're not comfortable catching the ball today? What do you do then? Do you just let them be comfortable?
So I think that comes down to when we get guys here, part of our process to make sure they understand as they're coming.
Is the slide part of the comfortability? Is that part of it? The slide? You bring guys, slide down this slide. You'll be nice and comfortable here.
Through it. It's not like you're here for 2 weeks and you're just kind of learning on your own. We're making sure we're always bringing the process along so guys understand. And so that way when guys are up, we're executing what we do well, and we can understand that there are different parts of our offense, different concepts we can use to attack the defense. And, I think our driving force here is we always want to put our guys in positions to be successful for what they can do well.
With Huntley, in terms of his athletic ability and scrambling ability, do you have to pull out some of those RG3-esque plays that you've had in this offense for?
This might be the interesting part that I've been waiting to get to. I think his answer here incorporates the part I wanted to get to. He's asking Huntley basically, is there things you're going to be able to do to take advantage of Huntley's special abilities and his own personal abilities So we'll get into the answer. I think this is the part that I wanted you all to really hear.
Wow.
I mean, I think it's more of like each week when you're using the guys, you're going, okay, what's the defense? All right, how do they play defense? How do they try and work all three levels of it? How's the attack going to be approached, and how do we create conflict inside of it? So whenever you're looking at like the starting point is always the defense, and not necessarily like you're thinking of us. You're going, okay, who are they and how do they operate? Okay, and how can we then attack it with the guys we have? That's our starting point. So, I mean, even last year, I mean, it's been our approach our whole time here. We start with the defense, how they want to, deploy and play coverage. How do they want to stop the run? How do they accept force? How do they do their different things? And then we then build from there. So that's kind of our driving.
And nothing told you that Buffalo was going to stack the box on 3rd and 2 and blow the line of scrimmage up. Nothing told you that in the recent history. We're just going to run right at him, though.
Force, not necessarily like, hey, we need to do this because of this. It's this. What's the defense? How do we create conflict? And that's how we build.
Frank, a quarterback question regarding history versus recency, and as it applies specifically to Skyler, but also to Snoop and Tim Boyle. Skyler, you've seen 2 years worth of work. He had maybe 3 bad quarters, whatever you want to say. How do you balance that? And in the final judgment of Skyler and moving forward, whether he should get another start. And then also with Snoop and Tim Boyle, you know their history, but you also know their recency here. What weighs more heavily in the decision on who plays or who starts?
I think we take everything in from a collective approach. It's easy to say.
There you go, Manolo. There you go, Manolo. He just said it. That's not the part I was waiting for, but that part I just remembered. This is the part from Manolo.
He had maybe 3 bad quarters, whatever you want to say.
How
do you balance
Manolo,
that?
This one's
And
for you.
in the final judgment of Skyler and moving forward, whether he should get another start. And then also with Snoop and Tim Boyle, you know their history, but you also know their recency here. What weighs more heavily in the decision on who plays or who starts?
I think we take everything in from a collective approach. It's
There
easy
you go,
to say,
Manolo.
poor result, then therefore it is. It's why. So it's a deeper reason to things. So we're trying to, like, I always look at, my knee hurts. Okay. So what's wrong? Well, ice and stim, and maybe it'll go away. Take some pain pills and maybe it'll go away. Okay, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, and then you really still hurts. All right, so now you get looking at it, and the doctor says you need to do something deeper, and then therefore that's the answer you need to go. So like for us, we're looking at, okay, where are some of the things we've been doing? Why are we having,
Did you have a meeting on it? You see, I know it's sort of an inside joke here between me and Manolo, but you got to understand that this whole idea of this collective, collaborative approach, this to me seems so bureaucratic that it is no wonder to me that we can't move the ball, that we can't get out of our own way. It's like, okay, we've got this issue. What are we going to do to fix it? Well, let's have a meeting on it. Okay. Who are we going to invite to the meeting? I don't know. Well, let's have a meeting to decide who we're going to invite to the meeting that will decide how we're going to find a solution to this problem. Okay, well, how do we decide who to invite to the invite meeting? Oh, well, we'll probably want to get a meeting on that. We got a meeting on Tuesday for that one. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. At some point, you have to have an executive make a decision. And if we don't want that executive to be Stephen Ross himself, then somebody needs to stand up and be a freaking leader. And I would just be absolutely disgusted if we came to the realization that that true leader is sitting in Minnesota right now. Somebody has to make a decision. You can't just have meetings about everything. When's the meeting scheduled for? Monday night? Game time?
Poor performance for not getting the result we want. Okay, well, is it a player? Is it a group? Is it all of us? And ultimately, it comes down to all of
I
us.
don't know. Maybe you should hold a meeting and find out.
That. But when you look at, quarterbacks always get, the magnifying glass, like it is or it isn't. However, I think we can do better as an offense in general to allow for us to, really ace a lot of the decisions, because right now it's like with the eliminating penalties, eliminating things that we can really improve. I think overall that'll help us as an offense.
Can I get in on the penalty
saying
meeting?
Hey, it's this or
I'd
not.
love to be
it's
in
a
that
lot
one.
of things that we need to correct right now.
First possession down there. Sorry, Dave. On the after Cater's interception, first down, it looked like Achan had a hole, but he just slipped. I know Julian Hill had the penalty, but looked like he had a hole, would have scored. What does that tell you about the offense? And then I don't think Jonnu Smith was in for that possession. Is there anything you can tell us about that also?
I think it's like, it's maximizing opportunities, when it's early in the season. So it's easy to go, when you're having success, you can say, hey, like last year at this point in the season, it was, what could we do wrong? It didn't seem like many things. But now this season, hey, what are you doing right? Well, it's never as good as it seems or as bad as it seems. It's somewhere in the middle. And normally when you're talking about execution, it's a play here, play there, a guy here, a guy there, just that cohesiveness being connected and making sure that we're all executing at the same time. And I think that's the ultimate thing we're talking about is our collective execution, making sure that we're working together. Right. So, and not trying to, do too much at the moment. It's like play the play, know what the attack is, what's the defense you're
and then have a meeting
facing and how, and then your preparation kicks into play. So yeah, it's just when we have moments where we're not executing, okay, what is it? How do we fix it? Okay, what was the issue? And then we go through it, and then and just making sure we're asking the guys to do things that we do well.
Especially when you have a backup quarterback, and when it comes to communicating play calls to that quarterback in a timely fashion, and maybe this is more of a Mike question, what have you guys found are some of the consistencies or inconsistencies and why that isn't occurring sometimes, and maybe ways to streamline that process?
Well, the challenge when you're playing on the road, obviously, is, the noise, and there's factors of communication where you have to make sure you're hearing through the communicator what's being said. That creates a challenge. And then it's just making sure that we're all hearing each other. The greatest issue that always occurs is we all have in all facets of our life is like, are you really listening? Are you listening or are you hearing the person? You got to make sure that you're getting the information necessary and also delivering the information necessary. So just making sure our communication, we understand what's being said, and then all we're working together. It's not one person, it's a unit. So all offensive players making sure that we're hearing the concept, we understand what's being executed. You don't assume you hear one thing, you make sure you get it heard and communicated with each other. So I think that's just been an issue that we've been having, and it's something we've been working on this week, and we're looking forward to improving on it for Monday night.
Right, there were two, I guess, phantom whistles out there. One on a first down that puts you behind the chains, the HM run, with 2nd and 11, and then on the 3rd down, you end up punting. I talked to the players about this yesterday. One player said he thought maybe there was a whistle in the stands, but is this something that you guys send to the league and say, let's get this straightened out, or do you just kind of say it happened, it's done, there's nothing the league can do about it?
So if anybody's wondering what the context or reference there is, I think he's referring to that play where Alec Ingold was standing up in the backfield looking around at the ref, wondering what was going on. My guess is that he's the one that said he had heard a phantom whistle.
It's just making sure procedural issues, we communicate with the league, but yeah, it was a bad deal. So it's just knowing that when the ball's being held, like when they said it, it just, the whistle came in late. So it was kind of came at a time where they're like, what was that? So yeah, because they set the ball and hit it, and then they blew it like just a little bit later than normal. So, but I mean, it's just stuff that's like, when you look at the course of a game, one play here, it's like, okay, when adversity hits, you can either use it as an excuse, or you got to go like, okay, let's get back on schedule. So I think ultimately this year is like, hey, we've had some adversity. Let's learn from it. Let's not run from it. And let's know that how we can get better as a group, because we got a long year ahead of us.
Is there an added level of difficulty, or does it compound things when you fall behind a couple of scores with your backup and you're on the road in a hostile environment? Like, what does that do to the psyche or the adjustment process when something like that happens?
That's a good question. I mean, I think that it helps remind you to stay, really.
You ever notice anytime somebody says, "Oh, that's a good question," that means they absolutely have no answer for it. That's usually what that means.
Like, deliberate in your approach, be in the moment. The past doesn't dictate the future, and there's nothing certain except that right now, all right, when things aren't going well, okay, how can I affect it? It's not, I need to do anything extraordinary. It's more of like, okay, what's the play? What's the execution? What do I need to do to be successful? So it's ultimately, like, for us right now, is just making sure that we're all connected on the same page. We're having the communication necessary, and whether it's good or it's bad, it's being in the moment, playing the moment. Because like last year, go game 3, what didn't go right? What I mean? You score 70, like, life is good. Right now, the other side of the coin, it's now, okay, whether it's going well, or prosperity or adversity, it's irrelevant. Like, right now is the most important thing, is the moment. And that's the thing that we're working on right now, is making sure we're maximizing this moment today and all moments in our preparation for Monday.
This is probably a question not only for you, but for Mike as well. But with regard to your special teams unit, is there a point at which where if one person commits multiple penalties, you believe in repercussions in terms of yanking him off your special teams unit during that particular game, or is that simply not feasible because of the number of bodies you have?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. What are the penalties? That's the first thing. There's many different types of penalties, and you don't like any penalty because it's going to.
So it looks like it might have been Crossman that said what I am really dying for you guys to hear. Frank alluded to it when he said, it's early in the year, and he touched on that. But this guy, I think he's the one. This guy goes in full boat. And what he's going to say is just going to absolutely amaze you if you think the way I do.
It's going to hurt the club, but there's certain penalties, which I call, in the course of the game, aggressive, not dumb, that are to the decision of the officials, that, they're going to call some of them. They're going to call some of them correctly, some of them incorrectly, but an aggressive penalty in the course of the game, working the right technique, I'm not happy with them, but I can accept those. The ones that you don't like are the pre-snap and post-snap penalties. Those are the ones that if they get egregious by anybody, those are things that you're going to have a major issue with.
And the Walker penalties seem to fall in that second category. So are you upset with that?
Well, again, I'm not going to identify and talk about one single penalty. That's just the philosophy that we have is, they're going to go in different buckets, and then you're going to, account for them based on what those things are.
Danny, in that same line of questioning, though, there have been 5 illegal formation penalties, moving too early on the kickoff in the first 3 games. Yeah. Beyond reinforcing it or making a player switch, what can you do to get that?
Well, again, and this is something that we talked about going into the season. You get veteran players who are used to playing, the game a certain way, and for 6 or 7 years, the ball is kicked off and you're a kickoff return player, and you're so ingrained of having to get your depth and your width and whatever your drop zone is, you're retraining the brain to the ball is kicked and I can't move. So you have 6 or 7 years of training on doing something. You got to remind yourself, and we have to remind them on the sideline, hey, we're not moving until the ball is caught or hits the ground. because, but like I said, for years and years, guys have been trained to play the game a different way. And with the new rules, you got to adapt, and we got to adapt quicker.
Danny, a question of just trying to understand what you guys are doing. The opening kickoff, Tanner Connor slips. Looks like he could have made the play. Did he have contain on that, or was that Elijah uncontained?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics. We didn't execute the play. We had people in what we thought were going to be positioned to make a play, and we weren't able to execute. We got to be better and stay on our feet and be able to execute a little bit better. But I thought for the most part, the guys did a good job when the ball was in play on Sunday. What we got to clean up is before the ball is in play and after the ball is in play.
Tanner seemed to have a good game special teams wise. He made the tackle on the next play. He might have had a key block for Braxton's punt return. I think maybe him and Durham. But anyway, how did Tanner play overall special teams?
He played well. He's again a transition player from positions. From where he was and healthy now, which has been a little bit of an issue and a concern, but we feel like he's a talented player that really can give us some things in the kicking game.
Chop seemed to get in close to another punt. Talk about his progression on special teams.
Again, he's a talented guy who, we're going to keep trying to find ways to use him. And, like anything, I got to do a better job when we're in those positions to make a play. We got to be able to finish those plays.
Jason's 57-yard field goal attempt looked like somebody came in off of his left. Is there any chance that nothing that didn't affect?
Zero. Had nothing to do with it.
All right. 50-yard field goals, just league wide.
You're on a run right now.
I know.
Oh my God.
Did he just throw Sanders under the bus? Hold on, I got police sirens because people don't know how to move out the way. But did he just throw Jason Sanders under the bus? The reporter tried to ask him, "Hey, was there some reason that meant? Was there a extra pressure guy flying in off the side?" And he's like, "Nah, none of that. Our kicker just sucks." I mean, it's ultimately the reporter was trying to give him a way to have some plausible deniability and say, pump the brakes on Sanders. He's good. No, he just says, nope, there was no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, way to throw your kicker under the bus, buddy.
Everybody plays a role.
I was going to say, you divvy it up?
Press conference.
I gave them their chances earlier.
Well, you're right, Sean. It's deflection because if he doesn't throw Jason Sanders under the bus, then that means his blocking protection was bad. So he just threw Sanders under the bus. Literally. Nope, there was no extra pressure off the side. Nope. Nothing to see here. Sanders just shanked it. Really?
Yes. League wide, the field goals that are 50 or more, 76.5%. Last year was 68.7. Is there a trend of kickers getting stronger legs, or is this kind of an anomaly? It'll even out to where it's been.
I think it's a lot. Number one, I think the kickers in the National Football League are very, very, very talented guys, and so those numbers rising, that doesn't surprise me. I expect that everybody is like us. Those mid to short 50-yard field goals. The game has changed. You're not thinking about those the way you maybe did 20 years ago. But it's a week-to-week thing. I think if you guys look a week ago, I think around the league, that was over 90% on 50-yard field goals, and then this week it's less than 50. So you don't know. I know. I look at us and I look at how we approach it. And when we send Jason out, we feel good about getting points.
Last thing from me, just a general. I know
for the group. You're speaking for the group.
Right. Yes. And on behalf of readers, just in general, your football knowledge. It seems like September is different now with
Oh,
the veterans
this is
doing
the
the
part.
joint practices
I know.
and
I've
not
been
preseason
promising y'all.
games.
Here it is.
Has September football changed? Is it almost a little more experimental in your mind than it was a few years ago?
You know, I don't think it's experimental, but I think what you're seeing is maybe.
I mean, the reporter literally put it on the tee for him. Oh, this is gross. I'm sorry. I'll let it go.
You know, some of the first heavy opportunities of playtime aren't happening now until games matter. So it's
what? What? I want to make sure I heard that correctly, because this will be only the second time I've heard it. And now that I've got y'all here with me, I want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Years ago. But it's a week-to-week thing. I think if you guys look a week ago, I think around the league, there was over 90% on 50-yard field goals. And then, this week it's less than 50. So, you don't know. I know, I look at us and I look at how we approach it. And when we send Jason out, we feel good about getting points.
Last thing from me, just a general.
For the group, you're speaking for the group.
Right, yes, and on behalf of readers. Just in general, your football knowledge, it seems like September is different now with the veterans doing the joint practices and not preseason games. Has September football changed? Is it almost a little more experimental in your mind than it was a few years ago?
First of all, we have to be the only one of 32 teams that have a beat writer that would ask that question. First of all, we have to be the only ones in the league that even understand the question. Okay, this is something that fans talk about behind the scenes. This is something we speculate about. This is something that makes us dumb compared to the beat writers. Okay, when we're talking about, we all know, like Bill Belichick, when the Patriots would start off 0-2, people would just say, oh, he's the type of coach, he just sees the first couple games as an extension of the preseason. And we talked about that, but that was speculative. That was something we joke about as fans. And here this guy is asking him if that's the actual reality in the NFL. Let me ask you this, Mr. Beat Writer. Would you ask that to the special teams coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks right now? Ask them how much they think the early games of the season are for experiments. Now, let me get back to his answer, because you guys have to really hear what he just said here. I want to make sure I didn't mishear it.
No, I don't think it's experimental, but I think what you're seeing is maybe, some of the first heavy opportunities of playtime aren't happening now until games matter.
Yo, you could put that in a quote, stick it on Twitter right now, and that shit'll get 1 million views. Let me. He just said early in the season, you don't have the opportunity to get big time playing time until the games matter. Yes, Billy, that is a question for collapsing teams. Absolutely. You may have been, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but you're spot on. I'm amazed. This is our coaching staff. I thought we were just performing at our best to get better every week, and we don't schedule watch and we don't play those games. I showed you guys yesterday parts of Anthony Weaver's press conference, and he literally said just what I just said. That in order that when you're putting out a high standard of performance and it's not good enough and you have mistakes, in order to fix those, you just have to keep operating at a high performance. That's what he said. Take each moment, each day, and give it your best. Now, this man is saying that there's not a lot of opportunities to give your best until the games matter. That's what he just said. Let me play it again.
Just in general, your football knowledge, it seems like September is different now with the veterans doing the joint practices and not preseason games. Has September football changed? Is it almost a little more experimental in your mind than it was a few years ago?
You know, I don't think it's experimental, but I think what you're seeing is maybe, you know, some of the first heavy opportunities of playtime aren't happening now until games matter.
The first opportunity of heavy playing time are not happening until the games matter. Let me ask you this, people. Last year, after we collapsed, we finished 11-6. We had to go to Kansas City. Where do you think we would have had to go play if we were 12-5? Where do you think we would have had to play if we were 13-4? I'm glad you guys are answering. That means you really caught what I caught. You understand what this man just said. And then later, I don't know if it was Weaver earlier, if it's another guy coming up, or if it's even him that contradicts that statement by saying something to the effect of, oh no, it wasn't him. It was Chris Perkins in his article about why Skyler should get another shot. He was saying that the way Miami can get into the playoffs this year if Tua don't come back is beat bad teams, just like we did last year. You get 10 wins up against bad teams so that you can at least get in the dance. How are you supposed to do that when our coaches think the way this guy does about early season games? Well, I understand that, G. It's a further point, though. I mean, you know, we've all had this discussion before in this community, and I don't think there was anybody pushing back on anybody else who said that every single game matters. There are only 17 of them. This isn't baseball. Just like your defensive coordinator said yesterday, this ain't baseball. This is not basketball. This is not hockey. Every single game matters. The Vikings game that none of our fans showed up to when Teddy was playing, that game mattered too. So now I understand why sometimes it looks like our players play as if the game don't matter. They're getting it right from the top. They're getting it from the collective. And I think everybody in this fan base that hate Tua, that love Tua, that love Culler, that hate Culler, whatever stripe you are, every one of us agree with that. You don't have to look anywhere else as to why we can't get out of purgatory, but right here. That statement by itself sums up the entire last 35 years. Game Boy, I know that. I know what you're saying. But that's not an excuse for the fans to sit this one out. Because there was nothing but purple in our stadium that day. And the rest of the other half of the stadium was lavender. Because there were so many Viking fans there. You don't think that possibly could have helped our terrible backups do a little better? Get out a win? Steal a win? But our fans don't see it that way, Game Boy. It's just an NFC team. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't affect our division placement. None of that. That's what they all said that week. It ain't no wonder. It's no wonder to me that everybody forgets that Waddle fumbled the ball. Because none of them saw it. None of them watched the game. These super fans and fans of the year and pom-pom waivers and all, none of them saw the game. Half of them don't even know Waddle fumbled that football. So when I talk about trading Waddle, this is why everybody thinks I'm an idiot. They don't actually watch. And when they are in the stadium, they're so drunk off their ass, they don't know what they're looking at anyway. Well, I went to the game. I saw it. Yeah, I see what people do at the games. I see how many sober eyes are watching that football game. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm here to ridicule it.
It's something that's around the league, and it's an interesting and something I think everybody's going to look at going forward, because when
it's around the league, so he's going to excuse himself by saying it's around the league. What does around the league mean? You know what else is around the league? Really, really bad football organizations. There's about 15 of them. They're all around the league too. And they all think the same way you do. Crossman. Let's count how many of them there are. Let's find out how many one-win teams there are. In week 4, week 5, we're at now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 one-win teams right now. So you're right, Danny. It's all around the league. It's all around the league. It's the norm. So I guess we're just normal, aren't we?
The games matter. They matter.
Tough to follow up what Purchase did.
They
And
matter,
I
they
only have
matter.
one
And
here.
you'll know it when
on
you see
Braxton's
it.
long punt return, outside of the obvious, is there
guess.
something that wasn't maybe not so obvious that you can tell us that helps bring him?
Well, I think number one, we did a
Not to mention the tone deafness to the fans to say, you know what? It's early in the season. So we don't need to get out from underneath our 1-12 record against Buffalo. Nah, the fans won't care. The fans won't be more confident in the team. The fans won't be more excited going forward. Nah, it's early in the season. That game don't matter.
a good job early on the gunners. If you want to get opportunities in the return game and punt return game in particular, you got to make sure the gunners aren't down in your face. We talk about it conversely as when we talk about punting the ball. You got to be good at the gunner position, and if you can control those guys at least to get started, then the other aspects go into it. So I think we did a good job both outside on the gunners, and I think they did a good job on the inside and creating that space. And I thought Braxton did a good job of hitting it.
Joe Riss says, Culler, we should let you in the room for one of these press conferences. Yeah, you're right, Joe. But you know what? The better room for me to allow me in is the one that hired this guy. I'd like to be in the room of the next NFL team that's giving this guy an interview. And when I sit down for the interview with him, I'm going to show him the clip of this video. And I'm going to say, do you stand behind that statement? And if he says yes, I'm going to say, well, we're all about winning here, so we can't use you. Sorry.
With Saran having a hamstring injury, obviously he's a huge player in your phase. How difficult is it to replace a gunner like that?
Well, it's always just difficult to replace good players. I don't care, and you guys know that offensively, defensively, kicking game there, you have certain guys, but we'll let the trainers do their job. They do an outstanding job. We had, a lot.
Yeah, that's obvious. Have you seen our injury report lately, Danny? Yeah, our trainers do a great job.
A couple of weeks ago that was banged up, and they were able to get him ready. So we'll put a little bit of faith in the trainers and the doctors. But good players are good players, and you don't just have another one.
Where is
ever in the history of man will you ever get another good player? Like, look, the reason I brought up the part about wanting to be in the hiring office of the next NFL team, giving this guy an interview, was to make a further point that I think some of y'all might have caught. Who hired this guy? Why wasn't that question asked in that interview? Are you all about winning? Do you believe that there are some games in a season that just don't matter? These questions should have been asked when interviewing this guy. If you really want a winning football team, those are the details you need to be thinking about when you're hiring somebody. I would rather hire somebody who has never watched a football game, but is telling me that every game matters. I would rather hire that person than this guy. Because at least if you're losing, you can say, well, you know what? This guy's got a lot to learn. This guy don't know the X's and O's as much. But you know what? His heart is about winning every single game. Every single play. And I've never been on to that bandwagon, Jermaine. I think people call for people's jobs way too quick. So I've been waiting and I've been observing since all that talk's been going on, Jermaine. I've been waiting and I've been observing. And I am willing to make that statement now. This dude needs to be gone. We don't even need this mentality in our locker room right now if we plan on truly salvaging this season. I would have fired him yesterday. And I'm not talking about, he's probably a smart guy. I'm not talking about his mannerisms. People have mannerisms that make them look goofy or not smart, whatever. The guy talks the part. He probably knows, he knows a hell of a lot of football. But he don't know what it takes to win consistently in the NFL. He don't know what it takes to put together a championship football team and a championship mentality. I am just absolutely, when I heard that yesterday, now you know why I wanted to do the show yesterday. We got a little derailed from some other issues, from some other talk, but this is why I promised you a special Saturday edition of Coffee and a Cup of Color. Hit the like button, because this is why. I was absolutely floored. I can't even believe that nobody has tweeted this. All these people that say, oh, I watch everything. I research. I do. And this got past you? Not one beat writer thought to tweet out that quote. When we all know that's what the problem is. We all know that that's what's going on, but we haven't had the evidence to say it. And now we have the evidence. And nobody wants to show it. Nobody wants to show it nobody wants to get up at the highest rooftop and shout it to the world like they do everything else, like they do how great Tua is and how bad Skyler is. When right here is our number one problem. Number one. There is no other problem going to be fixed until that mentality is gone from this building. And I'm not saying, hey, whatever, I'll still be a fan. I'm still going to root every Sunday. I'm still here for it all. But I'm telling you, predictively, that nothing is going to change until that mentality is out of our building for good. It's been here for 30 years. Coaching staff after coaching staff after coaching staff. Not every game matters. Yes, I do know who had a mentality like that. Yup. And you can say to me, Culler, plenty of teams think that way. Plenty of coaches think that way. Yeah, 17 of them apparently think that way. 17 teams are trash in this NFL. And we're one of them.
Ethan in special teams phase.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. You know, it's a matter of time, and everybody's going to get opportunity. That's the way the league is now. So when his opportunity comes, I expect him to do a good job, just like he did last season when we elevated him and brought him up from the practice squad. This year, he's already on the roster. So when he gets his opportunity, he'll be ready to play.
What is impressive about the career of Nick Folk, who's still kicking it as he's going to turn 40 this year?
You know,
who the hell cares about Nick Folk? Is that the kicker we're facing this week? I didn't even know he was with them now. They asking why aren't you asking him what he meant by not every game mattering? That would have been a more pertinent follow-up question than how 40-year-old Nick Folk is doing. Oh my God, the tale of the tape, ladies and gentlemen. The story of the game that everybody's waiting for. 40-year-old Nick Folk.
No, he's done a great job. He's really done a great job. Like
these beat writers are a joke, bro. I'm sorry to be so insulting. I know you take pride in your work, y'all. But y'all's questions are a complete joke. And if you're not allowed to ask anything else besides that kind of shit, I don't need to be a part of that press room. I don't need their clout. I don't need their credentials. I'd rather go cover something else, like politics. It would be less mentally taxing. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. Kind of a Nick Folk.
Like all good veterans, he understands himself and understands what he has to do and adapted his game.
Well, thank you, Danny. I didn't think I was going to be able to finish my
strengths
day
and
without knowing that
minimize,
about Nick
some of the
Folk.
things as like every veteran player, you're going to lose certain
I hope he
skills
kicks
and
the
attributes.
game-winning field goal
You got to
on
find
our ass.
other
That's
skills
what I
and
hope.
attributes to accentuate what are your strengths to stick around in this league. So, I think Nick's an outstanding kicker, and been a pleasure to get to know him over the years.
Well, good for him.
Danny, I think there was a
You know
field
what you
goal
think
attempt
about
by
our
Seattle where you guys maybe overloaded the kicker's left side and seemed to do pretty well. What do you do? Do you just file that stuff away? Yeah, that we got good results. What do you do with those plays going forward? Well,
it's a lot of things. It's personnel. It's our personnel, their personnel. Then you get into the elements of where and how you want to attack people. So there's a lot of moving parts. But again, it comes down to players and trying to put players in position to make plays.
Now that you've studied kickoffs for 3 weeks, not necessarily a month, is there any common theme in terms of what teams are trying to do?
It's really there's a couple of different buckets that you're starting to see develop. So it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward, not looking forward, but the bye week, and I'm glad it's an early bye week this year to be able to get on a lot of more in-depth studies at that point of the season where you have a little bit more time where it's, it's not 9,
I'm
10,
waiting
11,
with
12
bated
weeks into the
breath
season
for the in-depth studies. I can't wait to see the in-depth studies during our bye week. Are these going to be in a meeting? Are these going to be collective in-depth studies? Are we going to have the crack team of forensic scientists coming in and analyzing our team in the bye week? Good thing it's early, because we'll have the rest of the season to fix all our problems after we do this in-depth study.
Most of the season is gone before you get to spend a lot of time really diving into that. So anxious to really take a couple even harder look at it here in a couple weeks.
Has the quality of run defense that you've gotten when you play a nose tackle declined this?
Now, this is the other coach I think is actually you could tell he's got real deep knowledge about what he's coaching. I think it's our offensive line coach. No, not offensive line coach. I forget. But when you start hearing him talk, he starts talking X's and O's. Sounds more like of a genuine character, knows his shit, and kind of seems a little more like Weaver. This is a guy I might save in a new regime. Doesn't matter what he's saying. It's just more about how he presents himself and what he thinks about what it takes to win.
Year from a year ago, A, and B, has it been good enough?
Well, we gave up 233 yards the first game last year, so I'd say it's been a little better numerically. But look, I think we've given up some explosives, and I don't think it's just on having a nose tackle like we have nose.
Now we know where the Dolphins got that word from, everybody. We gave up some explosives. Wow. They just take it right out of the coach's mouth. D-line coach, Clark. Anybody know his first name? But yeah, he's just like, I love it.
Tackles. So I don't know too much about that, but the explosives that we're giving up, something we got to cut that out, and I think last week you saw for 3 quarters about how we want to play the run. And when you do that, you play the run good, you get a lot of third down ops. I think we had 11 3rd and 5 pluses or something like that. So then you get the chance to pass rush, and stopping a run and earning the right to rush is something that we're focused on.
That was him that said it.
And the guys
I thought it was Weaver. I was telling Capitan this morning about that. That's why the show was behind a couple minutes. I was hanging up with Capitan right as I was supposed to be starting the show. But we were talking, and I was telling him that Weaver said that. I was mistaken. It was actually this guy. Austin is his name. Austin Clark. What a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant statement, coaching style, whatever you want to call it. Listen to what he said again. Hopefully I didn't go back too far.
Much about that, but
here we go.
You know, the explosives that we're giving up, something that's we got to cut that out, you know. And I think last week you saw for 3 quarters about how we want to play the run. And when you do that, you play the run good, you get a lot of third down ops. I think we had
when you play the third run good, you get a lot of third down opportunities.
11 3rd and 5 pluses or something like that. So then you get the chance to pass rush and stop.
You get the chance to pass rush. Now listen to what he says here.
Stopping a run and earning the right to rush is something that we're focused on.
Stopping the run and earning the right to rush is something we're focused on. That is so freaking brilliant. I get chills hearing that. That's winning football right there. That's the mentality you put in your guys' heads. You earn the right to go after the quarterback. You don't just go after the quarterback or you're going to get burned. You're going to see what we saw on a couple plays, last season or the season before where Cater Kohu's coming in on a corner blitz. And while he's running to the quarterback, the running back is blowing right by him with the football for a large gain. You know, there's also the thought of, stop the run on the way to the quarterback. But here's this guy's mentality that he's, fomenting in the building is that you stop the run to earn the right to pass rush. That's absolutely brilliant, people. I love it. To me, it's the statement of the year from any of our coaches. I thought it was Weaver that said it, but it's our D-line coach, Austin Clark. Brilliant, brilliant statement.
We hope that improves each week, and the guys are working. So,
yeah, I guess my question was more along the lines of, is Raekwon's size missed when you play a 3-man front? Put Wilkins and Zach's side. Obviously, Zach's still with you. But is Raekwon's size and production missed, do you think, at all?
No, I believe in the guys we have, man. I really do. And I think, schematically, we're doing some different things and stuff like that. And I think, credit to Coach Weaver. He makes great adjustments, And I think that we believe in the players we have. They're playing their ass off. And I think the biggest thing, if you're looking for one thing to hang your hat on in run defense, is pad leverage. That typically early in the year is one thing, but I that's got to be better. And I that's on me. Pad leverage and eye discipline in the run game has got to improve.
Sounds like you're confident in.
Look at that, taking the onus on himself. He didn't try to make a point of blaming himself. It happened naturally. He was discussing where their issues are. He realized at that moment, wait a minute, that's on me. This is called genuine right here. This ain't speak a bunch of words to make people think I'm smart or clever. This is genuine right here. We need to bring genuine back to our building.
Improvement to come based on, you mentioned last year, 233 in the first game. We saw an improvement after that. You're feeling this will be maybe a similar track?
Absolutely. That's what we want to have. You got to stop the run in this league to earn the right to rush the passer, which is what all
Say it again, buddy.
What we love doing, getting off the field on third down, getting the ball back to the offense. And that's what we're focused on, man, is development here. And that's in schematics and in the areas we need to get better at. And then as players too, the things they're not as great at, and then watching guys develop over time. That's what this program's been built on since I've been here, and that's what we're focused on doing.
So, are you seeing anything different from Zach Sealer this season?
Yeah, every day he gets better. I love Zach Sealer. Love his process. Love what he's about. I think the biggest thing for him is like.
You notice he didn't even smile when he said that. He's like, yo, I love Zach Sealer. Like, anybody challenge me on that, I'm going to bust you in the mouth. What do you mean? I love Zach. That was great. That's real confidence in a man.
He's in such great shape. And, you know, that's a guy that practices every day. I know you guys are out there in fall camp. Like, there's no vet rest days. This guy loves football, prepares his ass off. And I think, you know, his football IQ and knowledge, like with different offenses we're playing, and his ability to adapt in different schemes has impressed me this year. You know, obviously he was in Baltimore a little bit, so he had some background with what we're doing. But Zach's unbelievable, and his process is really what stands out in the way.
So that, I don't know if you guys caught that there, but he's basically just confirmed that, yeah, Weaver from Baltimore recently and bringing every bit of that, what they were doing in Baltimore here. He literally just said that.
He plays.
Sorry, quick follow-up if I may. You've been with him for a while. Are you surprised at how much he's developed through the years?
I'm not, man.
Wait a minute. And now we got their backup quarterback that's got mobility. Oh, wait, well, are we trying to reform our team here, retool it into what Baltimore's doing? I wonder if that bodes well for Weaver's chances to become our next head coach. Baltimore South, baby.
I'm really not, because, you know, a lot of people, when you talk about Zach, they say like, oh, he's such a great effort player. And, you know, there's like all these comparisons to different guys that come up. What I'll tell you is this guy's 6'6", 6'7". He's 305 pounds. Like, you couldn't draw him up any better for how you want a guy to look that's playing 3 technique, 4-eye, close side DN. So he has all the traits and intangibles. And I really, you know, from working with him years ago, you kind of saw it get better every day. And when you got a guy that just, you know, prepares his ass off, works hard, you know, he's in the weight room, he stays after practice, he cares about doing his job.
Yeah,
as much as he cares about making plays. You know what I mean? He's a selfless guy. Like, he's not going to shed out of his gap and let the ball run through his gap. Like, that's not that guy. You know, if his job's to pick on a game, he's going to pick instead of, you know, maybe potentially bust and contain by winning or something like that. You know what I mean? And then it's a credit to Zach.
I want to ask you, you said comparisons. You've heard them. I've never heard comparison for Zach. What are they?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like, you know, look, to be frank with you, it's like every time there's like, it's natural, because like every time you see like a 6'4" white D tackle, you know, it's like a Zach Allen. You know, that's one. Okay. Those are like similar comparison there. But anytime you see like a college guy coming up, it's like, oh, this guy's kind of like Zealer. Like, oh, pump the brakes. Zealer's 6'6", 305, and he works his tail off, you know. And we never let him forget, you know, he was a D2 walk-on. We try to humble him a little bit here and there. But absolutely, his wife actually was a scholarship basketball player at Bama. So I like to tell him she was the real athlete in the family. But great guy, you know. And the one thing I should tell you guys, man, is he's a captain this year. And that's a big thing. You know, this guy's worked his tail off, and he's earned that. You know, he's earned that. And he's a guy like Calais, I think, has helped his leadership over time. Guy that's been a captain a bunch of different places, has a process and how he approaches things. And those two have been great.
Austin, is there any carryover from Tennessee's the game last year regarding their offensive line and Will Levis that you can apply to this week's game?
Yeah, you know, they invested a lot in their offensive line since we played them. So you got the new tackle, you know, brought in Cushenberry from Denver. So in terms of like their exact offensive line, I don't think as much. You know, Skronski was a rookie. That guy's come a long way. Very good player, good run blocker, developing as a pass protector. And then the right tackle, the one guy, Duncan, played a little bit against us, but you could look at Levis and, you know, he torched us in the second half. And I know this, I didn't forget about that. And I think he's a great quarterback. You know, we got to stop the run. They got a great offense. And so in terms of carryover, nothing schematically, but if you're looking at the players or something like that.
How much do you got?
I didn't forget about that. Prediction, ladies and gentlemen, Will Levis will not be shredding us in the second half of this game. Real quick, everybody hit the like button. Shout out to all 125 of you watching us right now. I think it was S. Harris asked, so are we the Jets South with Boyle? No, well, S. Harris, you're only thinking of offense, bro. You're being two-dimensional with that question. I'm talking about the overall philosophy on defense, bringing in Weaver, bringing the scheme here, and then on offense, following that up with, hey, now we're bringing in some guy. It's just coincidence that the guy happens to be from Baltimore. It just seems like a kind of a changeover of philosophy that's creeping, starting from the defense and creeping right through our team is kind of what I'm getting at. And it needs to continue.
Guys harp on that, the fact that Tennessee really just spoiled your season last year.
Yeah, I don't think it's much harp on it, but it's just something in the back of your mind, I mean, we're not underestimating anybody. And it was a credit to them. They played a great game, and we got to get better.
Deshaun Hand seemed to step up last week. Did he step up, or is that what he's been doing all season?
Yeah, and I don't think it's as much for D-Hand like all season, but he's a guy that he's strong. He might be the strongest guy in our room, to be honest with you. And, he came in on the practice squad last year, and just worked his tail off every day. And that's who that guy is. He's tough as nails, plays hard, believes in playing the run. And it was cool to see him get some pass rush production. And that is kind of how he's been. I thought he had a good preseason. He's a guy that played in a lot of games in the preseason. I think that's helped him thus far.
Tell me about his personality. I don't talk to him much, but he seems to have a good outgoing personality, quick to smile, and tell me about his personality.
Yeah, great personality. Very, very smart too. I'll tell you that. You probably got to get to know him a little bit. He's got some pipes on him. I told him the other day he walked in with his shirt off. I'm like, this guy's yoked up, man. You just forget about it, every day. But I'm proud of that guy, man. I really am. And it's not about what our players are doing right now. It's week 3 going into week 4. We want to see these guys get better every single week, and that's what we're chasing.
What have you learned about Calais Campbell through this early part of the season that maybe you didn't know when you first came here?
Total pro. I mean, hopefully I'm fortunate enough to coach for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever be lucky enough to coach a player like him again at this stage in his career. He's a total pro. He is what you think he is. He's a person, Walter Payton Man of the Year, works his tail off. And it's just impressive.
17
the process, how he prepares,
straight.
And how he gets his body ready to go out there and, do what he does, man. It's unbelievable, and we're sure lucky to have him.
What's been the message to the guys after those explosive plays?
The biggest thing, like when it happens, if you're asking in game, is you got to find out who's the culprit. Whenever you give up an explosive that long, it's usually not more than one person that did something wrong. So were we at a gap? Were we aligned properly? And those things, that's where you start, and you try to knock it out quick, because in this league, it's a copycat league. If you give up that explosive, you're going to see that run the next series, whatever that may be, run, pass. And then you're also going to see it the following week, and then the following week after that, because, offenses look at the explosive plays you've given up, and it's a copycat league.
What does Tyler Snoop Huntley, in the brief time you know him in the video?
All right. So I have not seen any of this part yet. We're watching this one together, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bevel, I'm guessing. I thought he looked different before. I don't know. Anyway, this is virgin to my ears as well. So we're gonna watch this together and see what this gentleman has to say about, the things he covers to the tight ends, offense, other stuff. And he's obviously one of the guys that's closer to Mike McDaniel, to his ear and whatnot. So maybe we'll get some tidbits. I have nothing on it. I have not watched it. Nothing has pissed me off about it yet. So I'm going in completely unbiased here.
You've watched. What does he do well?
I've been excited about Snoop and getting here, just in terms of the process that he's gone through. I mean, it's not an easy task to learn an offense that's really this verbose. I think plays are plays, but there's the way you call them and things that we do. He's really come in and just kind of sunk his teeth into it. Worked really hard at gaining the knowledge that he needs to have to be able to go out there on the field. He's done a nice job for himself. Obviously, I think all you guys know the skill sets that he has. I was able to watch him obviously in the time that we were thinking about bringing him in. I really liked what he did as a passer. I think it was a little bit underrated in some of the things that he can do as a passer, because I think all the stuff that's talked about all the times is things that he can do with his legs, and which is exciting to have. But I was really excited what he could do as a thrower.
Yeah, me too. Shake, yeah, QB's coach, but haven't they added the / assistant head coach to him yet? And that kind of what he's doing this year, a little more than last year. Like, I'm not. I know what he's probably listed as. Let's see what what kind of title they actually have for the guy this year, according to the the official info. 0 results, huh? Yeah, of course, because this search engine they use isn't able to adjust. There it is. Daryl, not Darren, of course. No, that's not him either. All right. All right. Uh, 2006 to 2021. Yeah, that's him. No. 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 All right, I'm just going to our reference page. All right, Miami Dolphins. Ay, 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 ay. Let's see, 2024. So right now they have him listed. Okay, so they got him as quarterbacks / passing game coordinator. And it's Studesville that's the associate head coach / running backs. Okay, so they didn't give him that associate head title. But passing game coordinator, ooh, buddy, you got some work to do. That's all I'm saying.
When it comes to Skyler's performance and whether he deserves another shot at starting, do you look more at history or recency?
No, I think you take in the full body of work. We've had Skyler since day one. I think you guys can remember back to the young rookie that started in a playoff game and did really well for himself in that game. And he's, which was a hostile environment, some tough atmospheres. He's been through a great battle here in training camp with Mike White, and those two really went at it, and he competed hard. So he deserves opportunities when he's able to get them. Unfortunately, he ended up getting hurt in that game, and that's going to set him back a little bit. He's still working through this week to see, where he can get it to. But there's a lot, obviously, that goes into that. How much does that change his reps, and does that rep count affect if he would be able to play and be effective? So he's going to continue to work at it, but you really take in the full body of work.
What did you like and not like from Skyler's work on Sunday?
I think. Obviously, Seattle is an underrated place probably not underrated. I mean, I've had a lot of experience with it and tried to communicate, but it was really loud. There was a lot of chaos that was going on in the game, and some of that was by the way the game was being managed in a lot of different ways. Not to put anybody's names on it, but so just handling all that, I thought.
Wait, what? So, not to put any names on it, which means there are names to be put on it. And not to put any names on it means it was on our side of the ball. Because if there was chaos going on, besides the crowd noise in the environment, then that chaos must have been on our side. If you're not wanting to say who it was or what it was. If it was coming from the refs, you could say the refs. If it was coming from the timekeeper, you could say it was the timekeeper. If it was the announcer in the stadium, or the music they were playing or whatever. You could say all that, but to say not to put any names on it means that the chaos was on our side of the ball, our organization. Organizational chaos. And there's only one person on the sideline that's responsible for that chaos. So not to put any names on it, you don't need to, Bevel, because there's only one name that can be put on that. The first game of the season, you had as much chaos as you could ask for. Your star wide receiver was arrested before the game. It's opening day. You don't know how anything's going to pay. He had much more chaos against Jacksonville than I happened to see through the TV in Seattle. So do tell, what was that chaos, even if you don't want to put a name on it? I'd like to know. Is this chaos that a 7th round backup quarterback should be able to handle? Or are we just going to shit on Skyler for the rest of time?
I thought he did a really good job of that. There was a couple of times he let the ball rip, but then as he'll tell you, there was a couple of times that he should have let it go in a couple other opportunities.
Yeah, you're right. He should have. He's an inferior quarterback. You're right. You know, there's no excuse. He should have let the ball rip. There's plenty of times. Obviously, no more clear than on that Hail Mary. You know, so it's fair to say that. Harping on it all week like people have, I don't know.
So there was still,
especially with all that chaos going on,
some plays to be made. And, those are, why we continue to get back in the lab and go evaluate it and then go back out and practice it and try to get better.
How difficult is it to efficiently operate your offense when the quarterback isn't throwing the ball on schedule?
Well, I mean, that's the basis of our offense. Our offense is a very elite timing offense. You'll see us put our foot in the ground and let it go quicker than, most other teams in the league.
Elite timing? It sucks. It's not a winner in the NFL.
Tua is very elite at that. And it's something that we ask of all our quarterbacks. So that timing is.
Well, good for him. I'm sure he's elite at riding a bike too. But how's that help us win?
Is super important.
Do you think there were issues with him trusting what he saw? You mentioned timing and how important that is. Was it just not trusting what he saw first read and holding onto the ball on?
Is this the first time that Skyler has not delivered the ball on schedule? What do you mean on schedule? This is football. Ain't no schedule in football. He didn't deliver the ball on schedule. Yet nobody's asking whether the receiver was there on schedule. What the hell is this nonsense? I'll just say it. It sucks. I hate this offense. It's terrible. This timing, this elite timing offense, it's terrible. It don't win. It beats the bad teams. It beats the teams that aren't fast enough to keep up with your receiver. It beats the teams that aren't willing to put hands on your receivers. Maybe he didn't deliver the ball on schedule because the schedule was disrupted when the ball was snapped. Yeah, I'm a skypologist. That's right. I'm an apologist for the Miami Dolphins, S. Harris. What are you?
Yeah, I think there is times that does affect you. And yeah, there was a few opportunities that he had a chance to let it rip, and he'll be the first one to tell you, he's hard on himself, and he'll be the first one to tell you that he should have let some of them go.
Darryl, what's been your exchanges with Tua?
Yeah, he'll be the first one to tell you right after his ribs are healed so he can actually talk.
Anything you're able to share in terms of, is he feeling well? Does he seem eager to get back out and play again?
Well, I love what Tua's, Tua's approach. Obviously, he's going through the process, but he's here really every day. He's excited. He's eager. He's.
Can we talk about somebody that's playing Monday?
Trying to lead in his own way, and it's different when you're not on the field to be that leader. But he's leading. He's really helped out.
Oh yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, we know.
All the quarterbacks. I mean, Skyler and Tim and Snoop. So he's being as helpful as he can there. But as far as
it's like saying it's pretty difficult to be a leader of an army when you don't have a sword. Yeah, pretty difficult. Or it's pretty difficult to be a leader when you're still getting your toes pedicured while the battle's going on. Yeah, pretty hard to be a leader.
All the other stuff, I'll let Tua speak for himself.
We have a general football question drawing on your knowledge. It seems like the game has changed to where September is.
Oh, I've been fed up with it for a long time now, Kevin Lee. Yeah. And so basically, I'm reacting live to this because I haven't watched Bevel yet. So what you're witnessing is what's actually going through my mind when I'm sitting here privately watching these videos, what's going through my mind, which is what causes me to hit the go live button. You know what I mean? So you're actually witnessing my thought process as I'm watching this stuff come into me. You're getting the raw reaction. You're seeing my thought processes as I watch it. So maybe it can help people understand where my perspective comes from. You can still disagree. I could be wrong, whatever, but at least you can understand what I'm thinking as I'm seeing it. And then Omar follows up with this question, and it's just,
almost more exploratory because of the vets do the joint practices and the young players do the preseason games.
Oh, this is a question back to about it being early in the season. So now we get to hear Bevel's opinion on how many games matter.
Do you find that accurate, that September football has kind of changed over the years, and does that affect quarterback play?
Forming this new narrative right out of whole cloth. He just formed a narrative by asking that question. So now it's going to become the norm. You see what they're doing? They're trying to actually desensitize fans, not just Dolphin fans, fans of the NFL. That going forward, we shouldn't expect too much in September since we've changed all the preseason rules and all of that. So stop bitching so much, all you NFL fans, about your team, because going forward, September is now moving into what we've seen it grow into the past couple seasons. This guy's so full of shit. Like, I can smell it through the TV. Literally forming a new reality out of whole cloth. That September is now nothing to pay attention to. Nothing matters in September.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. And I do think it's changed
with
the way that it's been approached over the years. I mean, back when I first got in the league, there was obviously more games. There was more times where the vets or your first team would play. So some of the continuity, I think, that's being not right.
What? Oh, he's talking about more preseason games. Okay.
Right now that you're kind of trying to shake out in the early part of September may have already happened in some of the preseason games. So, football's not quite as clean.
Like what? Everybody still sat the starters in game 4 anyway. Some teams don't even play their starters all preseason. What? It's been that way. Oh, I know what it is. Their little soft asses haven't felt a real hit yet. That's what it is. because I find it kind of fascinating that some other teams out there, we all have the same rules, yet only 17 teams decided to start their season late.
I still think there's a little bit more mistakes. There's still some timing things that are going on that, probably a few years ago might not have happened.
You don't have a lot of time.
You know what? When we're in week 10 and this is all still happening and our timing is still getting disrupted and all of that nonsense, I'm going to come back to this press conference right here and I'm going to feed the whole fan base this answer. Because the problems we're seeing, we saw at the end of last season. Does this guy forget that? Wait a minute. When was the first time we lost last year? Do y'all remember the first time we lost last year? I don't recall losing a game until, was it Buffalo? Week 4. Thank you, Michael K. Thank you. Week 4. Michael K. knows it all too well. It was his team that kicked our ass. Oh, Shake Money. Shake Money coming in hot, man. I'm going to post this one. Did that September apply to last year when we put 70 points on Denver? So forgive me if I see that statement he just made as a complete excuse. An excuse that's not going to work in week 11 when that reporter is asking you the same question.
Time with a quarterback
who
might have to play.
I'm just absolutely appalled at now 2 coaches talking this nonsense. I'm appalled. I'm not following a football team. I'm following the Miami Dolphins, apparently. I ain't following no football team. I'm following this Miami Dolphins sports extravaganza. I don't know what you call it, but it's not football.
It was Tim last week. Could be Snoop this week or Tim.
They don't call it the grid aluminum. They don't call it, it's called the gridiron.
What do you personally, as that position?
We don't talk about, aluminum sharpens aluminum. No, we talk about iron sharpens iron. And the field is called the gridiron, not the grid aluminum.
Coach, try to focus on the most in the limited time.
Well, the good thing is that the game plans are that we're in game plan weeks. It's different than training camp, because training camp, you really throwing the whole thing at them. You got the whole encyclopedia. So these guys, the 2 guys, Tim and Snoop, both of them are veteran players. So they have a little bit of background of information that they can draw on. So specifically during a game week, they're able to draw on just a more limited number of plays. And, although it's still big, it's definitely limited. So you're able to focus in your, just focus in a little bit more on the details and the things that you need for those specific plays, rather than teaching concepts and big parts of your offense. So
now, how do you think that would be if one of those 2 guys had been here for for 6 months? Do you think it'd be that way now? Do you think that we would have to close half of our playbook to our quarterback if one of these guys, one of these veterans who didn't need all of camp to get up to speed, do you think it would have been wise to already have one of these guys here so that we wouldn't have to limit our playbook? I'm just asking for a friend.
The things that we have to do for us, number one, and I'm glad you mentioned Tim, just in terms of he hasn't been here long either, so we have timing offense with motions. So those are one of the things that you have to kind of get dialed in. The footwork, I think, is very critical. Tim's been in some similar system where Snoop hasn't quite been in. He's been at Baltimore the whole time and not quite the same timing that we use. So timing, motions, footwork, those are the things that we really try to dial into immediately.
I know it's important to get the ball to Tyreek and Jalen Waddle in this offense. Is it more important to get them the ball downfield, or you just want to get the ball in their hands when you get it to them?
Well, I think the defense dictates some.
Is that a question that does not answer itself? Hey, guys, do you think it's better? You think it's better to get the ball in the hands of your playmaker downfield or just anywhere? What the hell kind of question is that?
Of where you can get them the ball, but we definitely want to get the ball in the hands of the playmakers, whether it's underneath and it's ends up being catch and run. You're going to find your opportunities, try to get behind a defense as much as you can, and we'll take those shots as well. But whether it's Jalen, Tyreek, H-An.
Now, Bevel, you said underneath, whether it's underneath or deep. But what about when we're getting the ball to our playmakers 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage? Where does that factor in?
Jonnu, we have a number of guys that we can use to get the ball to, and you're just trying to get it to them in space with space.
You don't say.
Watched Tyler's Baltimore tape. I know you just mentioned he liked some things he did as a passer. What specifically was it? Touch? Was it something else that stood out, Daryl?
Well, I think you just immediately think that he's a runner, as that's kind of the part that I had.
No, that's what casuals think. And casuals are not listening to you right now. So you don't have to speak to casuals.
And then, so just to be able to see him throw down in and down out, and to be able to see him throw accurately, see him to throw, he is willing to throw it on time. Like, those are the things that you kind of look for. You have to, as you watch it, you have to kind of say, okay, what's the play designed for? How are they trying to make him go through progressions here? Can he do that? Can he let it go on time? Does he anticipate? Does he have to see it open? And we liked what we saw.
How tough is it to teach quarterbacks that element of untimed throws in this offense? I mean, I don't know how you quantify that, but how difficult is it?
They don't, bro. Zero. We don't practice comeback drills. That means they're factoring that zero.
It can be difficult. I think it just depends on some of their background and what.
It's difficult because you don't tell your receivers to come back to the ball.
What they've done up to that point, and then there's just times where you get into practice or get into routes and you just continue to harp on it, like, hey, your back foot hit, let it go. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys are close enough to be able to hear, but I'll be saying, let it go, because they have to see it, number one. So the vision has to be there to do it. But then the brain's got to be able to tell, I see it open, I got to let it go. And I think you can kind of get that timing if you continue to work on it.
So he's out there saying, let it go, let it go. In other words, do what you need to do no matter what's going on in the secondary. That's what he just said. Back foot plant, let it go. That's what he said. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. As if he is standing there with the ball in his hand. What he's saying is, trust us, the receiver will be there. That's what he's saying. Well, what happens when the receiver's not there? As we have seen from the good defenses, what happens when the receivers are not there? Is he still just going to let it go?
Do you like to ask a quarterback, like on a football Thursday or Friday, like, hey, what are your top?
And that'd be one thing if you were like, you know what, let it go. If the receiver's not there, we'll back you up. When the fans start trashing you as a bad quarterback and throwing too many interceptions and all that, we'll back you up because the receiver 9 times out of 10 would have been there. And that's what we have programmed our quarterback to do. The running back runs the ball. The receivers catch the ball. Defensive linemen tackle. Quarterbacks throw. I mean, okay. If y'all think this can win consistently, then fine. Hope Tyreek is happy every day.
Top 3 that you really like right now? Is that a thing you do?
No, for sure. And we do it. We will do it probably more toward the end of the week. You know, once they've had a number of reps, and Coach Mike will do that a lot with them because particularly now, you know, with these guys that don't have as much, you know, aren't.
Really quickly, Big Nick, you said who says who? I'm guessing that you're asking me who said that we don't practice comeback drills. One of our former players publicly said that. Now you can call him a liar if you want, but what he said correlates with what I see on the All-22. So you can call him a liar. But the fact is, we do not practice scramble drills. We just don't. I've been to camp. I have not been to one practice yet where I've seen them practicing scramble drills. I'm not making nothing up. Trent Sherfield said it. That's who. Go tell him he made it up. This ain't got nothing to do with Skyler. You know what? If I'm right, and this coaching staff is as bad as it is, talk to me on Monday about how great Tyler Huntley is, Harris. Go ahead. Talk to me on Tuesday, about how great Huntley is if this coaching staff is worth a damn. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I hope he throws 5 touchdowns so that we never have to see bad quarterbacking again. But if it don't, and he looks like Skyler did, what y'all going to say then? Because y'all been hyping up Snoop pretty damn hardcore. Okay? A career special teamer doesn't run routes, Harris. A special teamer plays on special teams. And when your quarterback is not as veteran as they are, then maybe it's your quarterback that needs to practice the scramble drills and not the wide receiver. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Tyler Huntley, when he scrambles out of the pocket, is going to have nobody to throw to. He's not going to be able to find anybody open. So when he scrambles out of the pocket, the defense is going to crash on him. They're not going to let him use his legs. They're not going to let him be Lamar light. because they know he doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to. Because they're standing there after their routes with their finger up their ass. As reported by Trent Sherfield, former Miami Dolphin wide receiver. No, it's not ridiculous. It may be ridiculous, okay? But it's Trent Sherfield being the one ridiculous. So you go to his Twitter page and you call him out for lying. Put your energy on him.
Is deep into the playbook, you know. So, all right, what are you familiar with? And we kind of start there, and then let them select, because I've had these experiences before.
And then when you're done going and bitching to Trent Sherfield about lying, come back to me and I'll show you the all 22 of what he's talking about.
For where the coach can say this is a great play, and the quarterback's like, I don't know, and you're like, no, it's a great play, and you call it, and it doesn't work very well. And you can have it exactly the opposite where the quarterback's, I love this play. And the coach is like, there's no way this play is working. Like, they do this, they do that. You can talk, but the quarterback has a feel for it. And those are the plays that work. So I think it's important to listen to those guys and listen to what they like.
No, you
and
don't
then,
say.
Try to figure out a little bit, like, do I call that? Do I don't?
You mean kind of like Brett Favre did on his own during a play by drawing one in the dirt and saying, fuck you, coach. You mean like that?
Don't. But it is important to get that feedback.
Going back to Rika and Waddle, I think last week they combined for the least amount of yards since their arrival. How much of that is just the timing being off? How much of that is just the route combination? What do you attribute that lack of?
Wait a minute. Don't you have your answer already, Mr. Beat Reporter? Go to Twitter. Everybody knows that it's because Skyler was trash.
I think it's all of it. I think the defense has done a good job in what they've been doing to limit just explosive plays. And then number two, as I said last week, there was other opportunities to get them the ball. We have to be able to let the ball go in the timing of the offense. And then for their part, then they got to make sure that they're where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. And there was opportunities of that last week, and we got to let it go and give it to them.
Yeah, there's been plenty of opportunities for the last 7 games, Bevel. It's only amazing that they get the ball because we have a slightly better deliverer than Skyler normally. I didn't use Twitter as a source, Big Nick. He didn't say it on Twitter. He said it in an interview. I'm saying if you want to talk to the man about it, go to his Twitter and talk to him about it. Stop calling me a liar. I didn't say he said it on Twitter. I said that's the place you can go to challenge him on his statement that he said to a reporter in the locker room. You can try to spin it, Big Nick, but you're the one that doesn't understand context. I'm not spiraling, Harris. I've had the same opinion since he's been here. We have scored 4 touchdowns in 18 quarters. Tua played in 14 of those quarters. You can question me, Big Nick, but you can't say I'm lying when I give you an answer. It's right there in the all 22. You can go call him a liar. but I have correlated what he said with film. Yeah, I know nobody says that dumb shit but me and Pete. I know. I know. Who gives a shit? Prove me wrong. Show me the fifth touchdown that we scored in the last 18 quarters that I missed. Show it to me. Fair enough, Big Nick. Maybe I took it wrong. Maybe you weren't calling me a liar. You're saying I'm wrong for believing him, as if I only took his word for it. I stand corrected, Big Nick. But I'm not wrong for believing it. The fact that y'all are arguing with me about it is calling me a liar. So I would just like to know, when Tyler scrambles out of the pocket, who's he going to throw the ball to? And I didn't say I believe people like Pete Gameboy. Pete doesn't run me. That's y'all's mistake. You think I give a shit what Pete says? Question my source all you want. My source is Trent Sherfield. I'm encouraging you to question my source. Go to his Twitter page and ask him about it. It's that simple. I'm sure he did, S. Harris. Just like a whole bunch of people in our organization said a whole bunch of shit out of spite when Flores left. So what? You go show me the film that shows our wide receivers coming back to the quarterback to lend him a hand and give him somebody to throw the ball to. You show me that footage, and I'll show you a quarterback sitting on his ass. Yes, I believe Sherfield. That's right. I checked what he was saying against the film, and I believe him. So what? You don't. Okay. Move the frick on. I'd rather just wait to see to Sunday to see if the coaches agree with me and help provide Huntley that help. Or Tua, for that matter. Because ain't nobody doing it. I mean, really. When our quarterback scrambled to the sideline, last game we saw it a couple times. We see it with Tua whenever he happens to scramble to the sideline. We're throwing the ball out of bounds. We're looking, and just chuck the ball out of bounds. Looking, just chuck the ball out of bounds. Looking, I'll throw it out the back of the end zone. You know why? Because there's nobody to throw to. When Patrick Mahomes had Tyreek Hill and he was looking, he found Tyreek. Looking. Chuck the ball deep. Oh, there's Tyreek to catch it. Chuck, looking. Up there's Kelsey. Boom. Or you could get up, or you could start your own show, S. Harris, and explain to people how I'm grossly exaggerating and being lazy in my take. Go ahead. I'm sure you'll have a large audience. Yeah, missing open receivers. Yeah, sounds a lot like how we've been for the last 18 quarters, Big Nick. Doesn't matter who's chucking the ball. Doesn't matter who's looking. They're still not going to have anybody to throw to. Watch how many times Monday with Huntley we see looking and run with it. Looking, run with it. Looking, run with it. We'll see how many times we see that Monday night. Yeah, I will. I will, S. Harrison. I'll do a better job than anybody past Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. That's right. And that's not saying much. Oh, the old maybe you can suit up and go do it. I love that one. Please give me a chance. You know, Petty is saying maybe you can shoot up. Oh, that wins an argument every time. That's like people's. You know what that's like, S. Harris? That's like saying to somebody, well, if you don't like the way the cops are handling people, why don't you put the badge on? That's the same thing, bro. If you don't like the way cops treat people, why don't you try to do the job? It's the same exact take. I don't like what Culler's saying about our team. Maybe he should go suit up and do the job. Same exact take. Hope you're comfortable with that. Now, Mike McDaniel, our favorite coach, the best coach we've ever had in Miami, gave a press conference this morning or today, 1:15. I guess that's the new standard time. They actually let us see it this time. They didn't make it private. We got to see it live. I guess the beat reporters of the Dolphins don't care about engagement on the weekends. Because they let this one watch us live. And there's a lot. Look at this. Let's count look, 41 seconds, 42 seconds, 45
You share.
chopped off this video instead of sitting here like idiots looking at a aqua screen for 45 seconds. Like, do better, Dolphins.
What did your teammates do last night?
I don't know. I'm too late, apparently. Can you share your starting quarterback Monday?
Well, sharing is caring, and I do care. So, it wasn't too far into the week. It was probably
Sorry for the low volume.
Hours after I met with you guys last. It became pretty. We started making moves towards Snoop starting, and he will with which kind of came as a result. You're waiting to see if Skylar is a part of the equation and what you're trying to assess based upon his ability to do football. And starting on Wednesday.
You were never waiting on that. Anybody that was waiting on to whether Skylar was going to be good to go or not is either being disingenuous or completely dumb. Everybody in this world knows that Skylar ain't ready to play this week. Okay? Half the people wouldn't even want him to play. So you stop with the answers that we already know are bullshit. You were waiting to see if Tyler gave you the stuff you wanted to see. He showed you, so you're comfortable starting with him over Boyle. You trust Boyle, but you wanted to see if you could gain enough trust in Tyler and the guys could gain enough trust in him throughout the week. That's fine. You could have just said that. Skylar was never in the equation, Mike, and you know it.
NFL Wednesday, it was and just how his body was responding, it became clear that he would be in consideration for possibly an emergency third, but we're going to move forward with Snoop starting and Boyle backing him up on Monday.
And why the decision?
So there you have it. Tyler Huntley starting. Boyle will be his backup, and they're going to have their hope. I thought he said there's still maybe not enough hope to have Skylar as the emergency. But regardless, that's the way the setup is. So don't watch it, Big Nick. If it's so sad, keep it to yourself and don't watch it. Go tell everybody everywhere else. I don't care, bro. My goal now is to make you sad, bro. I mean, what do you want me to say? Did I start up this channel just to make sure Big Nick's not sad?
For Snoop over Boyle, I guess he brings you a dimension, which
I think
I mean, I am sad. I'm sad that my team is 1-3 or 1-2. I'm sad. I'm sad that my team is 2-5 in the last 7 ball games. Aren't you sad? Oh, but you know it's going to be okay. You have this special knowledge that the rest of us don't have, that you know this is going to be all okay. Well, good for you.
Everybody has their values. I think one thing that was supremely obvious to the team since he got here, and then even more so this practice week, is Snoop has started multiple and many big games, and when as a core.
Yeah, we know, Mike. We know he has. You're preaching to the choir here. We all actually pay attention to what's going on in the league. We already knew this. We knew this in training camp. We also knew Tyler Huntley was available off their practice squad in training camp. We knew this.
Quarterback, just understanding exactly what is required to win over teammates, to take the place of somebody else, and
that's the part right there, Mike McDaniel, that you're finally admitting to. That's the part right there. You haven't been able to find a guy that the team is willing to play for.
be able to assert their own personality, their own skill set, their own traits within the offense, and lead people. You know,
So I was right. He was counting. He was literally sitting there with a notepad, tallying up how many times Tyreek Hill gave a fist bump to each quarterback. That's literally what he was waiting for. Who's the team going to cape up for? And he finally found a guy.
We've been very high on Snoop, high enough to give him a roster spot on the 53, which those are very few and far between with sight unseen.
Not when you're desperate for a quarterback, dude. Act like it's some special thing to be brought in here as the a 53rd man. Ooh, you had no choice. You could have chosen a different player, I guess. But it's not some special feat that emergency backup quarterback that we picked up off of practice squad made it to the 53. Were you not going to put him on the 53?
You know, so his maturation has been expedited by him, and he's done an impressive job assimilating into the locker room and understanding our language as his own. And
his language is South Florida, McDaniel. He already knew it coming into the building. You learned that language, Colorado boy.
the team's excited for him.
Mike, what are you expecting from Snoop from his legs? That's an obvious dimension that this team hasn't really had.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting from that standpoint?
No, I've always valued quarterbacks with legs. You know, I think it's 100%er. It's just it's competitive advantage. But you know,
you don't say. Gives you a competitive advantage. Yeah, Game Boy. He's much younger than I am. Bet that. Much younger than I am. I can call him a boy. I was called a boy till I was 35 years old by people that were 70. So guess what? He's going to be a boy as long as I'm older than he is. Would you rather me have called him son? I'm not that old. But back to the competitive advantage. Woohoo, Mike McDaniel, you're just throwing him out there, bro. We found this competitive advantage we never knew we could have. Wow.
The ability to make plays.
You mean like the competitive advantage all of our opponents have over us?
That's a broad, overarching statement. You can do it in a multitude of ways. What I'm expecting is him to be comfortable making plays in various ways. But you know, I think that's the biggest thing is I see him doing. I see him being able to utilize his skill sets within the framework of the offense and understanding that it's about the collection of individuals. Man, you guys are typing. It's about the collection of individuals doing their job and what's the best for this week to do that. So, you know, I know everybody knows that he can run. I think everybody knows that he can pass. He does a good job at both, and so I'm expecting him to go out and be 1/11th of the formula to try to go and make plays, get first downs, score some points, all of that.
How comfortable do you think he is from your observation of making quick reads, getting the ball out of his hands quickly? Bevel was telling us yesterday, he's telling the quarterbacks, let it go, let it go. Is Snoop comfortable with that?
Barry? Yeah. No, I think it's been, you don't know, you think you know, but you don't know until you're able to have guys work within your offense and operate. And I think Snoop's done a very, very good job with understanding what we emphasize and being able to cater his game to that. So I expect.
Can we get back to Weaver? I'm
11
going
people
1.5
operating
speed,
together.
man. I can't take this.
He's like the halfback, the tight end, and the X or Z receiver. You have to. I expect him to do his job as his teams
Much
are
better.
depending on.
Can you give us an update on whether Armstead or Fuller is ruled out?
Both ruled out based upon where they're at in the concussion protocol, which as we've all had the opportunity to have conversations about. I take one step at a time, and you have to gain clearance with the appropriate time relative to the game. And when you're unable to do that, there's a procedure for a reason. So that unfortunately there and I'm not really willing to waver on that one.
Who will take your place in the starting lineup?
Yeah, Joe, there's actually a technical word for the word salad. We can go back to that one if you want. It's called gish galloping. And a less technical word for it than word salad would be diarrhea mouth.
That's something that the answer is incomplete. There's certain situations where the reps are few and far between. So you kind of have to hedge your bet earlier in the week and then have contingency plans. There's other scenarios where in both those positions, I feel like there's some very good competitive options, and we have one more day of assessment before we can make that decision. However, I do feel good about both positions being adequately resourced during the course of the game. So you know what, this day matters. Practice matters, and we'll get some more information.
Oh, well, why don't you go tell your coaches that? Oh my God, that was the funniest contradiction I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. I thought we had a collective mind here, Mike. Maybe you want to go update the software on the rest of your coaches because they don't quite think it matters as much as you do, bro.
Information after that.
You have a feel on Raheem, whether he'll be available Monday?
I know he's trying. I know he definitely enjoys playing football more than watching it. That being said, we have great discussions based upon the totality of the season, and the ways that we're not going to take steps. We're not going to be prematurely put ourselves out there if we're going to take steps back and can't properly protect ourselves. So I know he wants to in the worst way, but he's an important piece to our team and our offense, and so we will take that in full consideration before game time.
Coach, this year you're gonna face a Titans team in a similar fashion, a crucial week in the season. Last year you guys lost, but from those lessons learned, how do you feel the team will galvanize the opportunity again this go round?
It's an interesting. It's a very good question. I definitely understand. that there's some similarities in that the teams are the same, the stadium's the same, and the night's the same. And I'm sure it crossed the minds of everyone, myself included, when the schedule came out. And but one important lesson that we've learned this season that I hold very true and dear, because I know it to be truth, is that while about 40% of the players lived and had that scar from 2023, it doesn't do justice to the 24 team to do anything but worry about how they play football together, the connected fundamentals and technique to play
or how we pick up a first down
well in all three phases. And that focus, to me, prioritizes any score that needs to be settled from last year's team. However visceral that scar is, the team.
They act like they got some kind of revenge to put on Tennessee. Tennessee didn't do anything but what they were supposed to do. You couldn't pick up a first down to end the game, bro.
Who's done a good job this week of making this game about this game, where you have you're probably blocking somebody different than you were last year, or maybe it's someone similar, but it's a different scheme. You're probably covering, you might be covering someone similar, but you're doing so within a different orchestration of defense. All of these things, if we're really trying to get down to the nuts and bolts of performing at a level that's much closer to our standard, we have to fully immerse ourselves into that standard and how we play. So anything else, everything's an opportunity cost in this world. If I'm thinking about raising my right hand, I'm not thinking about how I'm maintaining eye contact with you during this answer. So you're thinking about last year. Sweet. The past is the past. The future is what you make of it. The only thing that.
So he just said he cannot walk and chew gum at the same time. That's what he just said. He said, when I'm raising my right hand, I'm thinking about raising my right hand. I'm not thinking about looking around or talking to you. Well, the thought that it takes to raise your right hand is autonomic, Mike. You got an itch on your neck. You itch it. I don't stop paying attention to what's going on, or I don't stop being able to do other things because my arm is doing something else. Your brain can be that dynamic, I mean, there's ways to answer that. Look, we don't think about it. We're not thinking about last year. But to sit there and come out with this drawn out answer about, if I'm raising my right hand, I'm thinking about that. I'm not thinking about anything else. Really? You're basically saying you can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
What really matters is what we're doing collectively as groups or as individuals that relate to it.
The better answer would have been, it don't have nothing to do with remembering what Tennessee did to us. They didn't do anything to us. We did it to ourselves.
A group in each phase and sticking to that.
Is David Long out?
Well, you can be clear about David Long. He's if he's out there, it's because he did something remarkable during the course of the week, and if he's not, it's because there's no way it could be possible.
We know you already answered that same way Wednesday. We already know. He's looking for an update, Mike. You already gave him that answer 3 days ago. If he's out there, then that means he's good. If he's not, then that means it was absolutely impossible for him to be. Okay, what's changed since then, Mike? Nothing? Okay, let's move on.
Absolutely wants to play in this game. However, I've been very proud of David this week because he's been working, doing everything he can, but he does understand the team and the.
Right, McDaniel. And the question was, since you said the same thing 3 days ago, has anything changed? That's what he's asking.
Season is more important than his who he's played.
I mean,
for
say you
before,
don't want to answer it for
and-
strategic
and
reasons or
all the
something,
other
but
stuff that we try not to subscribe to. here. So
apparently he don't
he's doing
flush the
everything he can.
toilet
I w-
after he craps out of his mouth. He must not flush the toilet because he uses the same crap 3 days later.
I think it's fair to say I wouldn't be optimistic. However, with a guy like that, if he can pull it off, he's got the mindset too, and we'll see how the next 48 hours plays out.
Regarding September football and what we're seeing now, it seems like it's changed the last few years as training camp has evolved, and the veterans that.
Oh, this guy just won't get off that question. This is the third coach now, and now the head coach he's asked the same question to. Now, just a minute ago, let me remind you, we heard Mike McDaniel contradict what the other coaches said. The other coaches said, in no uncertain terms, that games early don't matter as much. Mike McDaniel just got through saying they matter. Now, this guy just asked the question that he asked the rest of them. Has the league moved into a place where nobody gets it right for the first couple games and basically the fans shouldn't expect much? So we're going to get Mike McDaniel's second answer to that question here and see if it's any different than what he said 5 minutes ago.
Joint practice youngsters playing the preseason games. This is the starters' first full immersion playing together. One, is that true? And does it affect September football recently? And two, does it affect any area more than any other, perhaps quarterback play?
I absolutely think that's a fair assessment. Just across the league, there's always cause and effect.
Just said the same thing across the league. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now we know why Odell Beckham Jr. is not suiting up. By the way, now we know why we didn't see any real action. Now we know why we saw Tanner Connor on a deep post route. Exactly, Chase. And I just pointed that out. 17 teams have one win right now. So what he's saying is it's across the league, and I don't disagree. Because more than half the teams right now are 1-2 or worse. So he's right. There is trash all across the league. And we're part of it.
And I don't think we're in the minority in that we have.
No, you're
groups
not
of
in the
people playing
minority.
together for the first time.
That was the first true thing you've said so far. We're not in the minority. He must have counted too. Well, look, guys, there's 17 teams right now with one win. What do we got to worry about? I don't know, maybe the ones that have 3? How about the one in your division that has 3? And again, as asked earlier by somebody in chat, what about last season at the end? We're continuing the same issues we had at the end of last season. So did they just decide we're not going deep this year? We got the playoff spot. Fans are happy. Let's go ahead and shut it down. Go back to preseason mode. Is that what mode we were in Kansas City? Preseason mode? I'm just asking for a friend. Yeah, exactly. Cap just texted me something, which and people have been asking the question, who is that asking the questions? That is none other than Chris Perkins. And Cap, what you said about forming the narrative, I think it's league wide. I don't think it's exclusive to us. I think that he's asking the question to basically form the narrative out of whole cloth that this is normal. Because a lot of the fans across the league are bitching about it and not happy with their teams. So he's basically, by framing the question that way, he's creating the paradigm that we're in now. Well, 17 teams only have one win. Is this the new normal? Well, apparently so. And you know, honestly, the panic has every right to set in because we're 3 games in. We look exactly like we'd have in the last 7. And we started pretty strong the past couple seasons. What's changed? It's personnel decisions, it's play calling, it's lack of will on some of the players. This is a directive. This is not, oh, I can't believe we are, you know, no, this is a directive. They think this is the right way to go about a season. That's why Perkins is asking the question, because in the way he's asking it. In other words, pipe down, fans. It's a new paradigm now. We took away the preseason games, but we actually still have them. We just want to make money off them. And we want people to think they should watch them. Well, guess what? If you want to solidify this narrative that everybody's allowed to have a slow start now, then why don't we just bring back the preseason games? Oh, because you won't make money. So they're lying to us. They're scamming. The entire NFL is scamming us into thinking that the first 3 weeks of the season are real. That's literally what they're saying here. And 17 teams apparently agree. I'd rather be one of the, what's that leave? 15. I'd rather be one of those 15 teams that are above water right now. We're already down in the tiebreaker with Buffalo. Already. But that's okay, because that game didn't matter. Right out of 3 of our coaches' mouth.
And there's always going to be residuals to that. I think that affects each and every player. But it can be, it's not just necessarily result based where, hey, they won or that they had a good play, or vice versa. I think football plays out in all sorts of ways. I think people prioritizing the development within the season and not overcooking any sort of result either way is supremely important. And because I see some anytime you have that maybe a little lack of cohesion and
Culler, real quick.
I am absolutely floored with what he just said right there, dude.
I didn't catch it, but I can't take it, Culler. I can't take it right now. I can't. I'm so busy. I got so much shit. I don't feel good. I'm fucking fighting off like a head cold or some shit. I'm doing all this bullshit after hurricane cleanup, but I can't fucking take it, Color. I can't take it. I have
Well,
to
real
stop
quick,
what I'm doing.
Big Nick, being contrarian, just for the sake of being contrarian, says, Color, you think there's a preseason cost for a ticket? Yeah, Big Nick. It's about 1/10 of the cost of a regular season game. I actually got to sit in the 200 in the club level in a preseason game for $60. And I bought the ticket 2 days before the game.
Guess
So
what?
yes,
Though? It wasn't fucking free though, was it, Color?
no, but what he's trying to say is that they make money off preseason too. They couldn't be scamming us the way I suggest
Oh, they're
to get
scamming
us
us.
to show up for the first couple games
Well,
of the
by their
season.
own admission, they're scamming us that the first month of the season in September really isn't really real. You know,
Right, but what Big Nick is saying is that they don't make more money.
Color, here's
They
the thing.
still charge and make money for preseason. And I'm trying to
they
tell him
do.
it's 1/10 of the money they make in the first 3 weeks of the year.
Yeah, but because they're selling the show. Anyhow, I don't. That's not why I came up here. I came up here, Color, because everyone's like, "Oh, because of the preseason way it can be a layup now. The September is the figure it out month, right, for teams, and it's they're devaluing actual football games. My point is that these are the same Dolphin fans that when the Dolphins were running up the score early in this year on teams, beating on bad teams, come the end of the year, teams that are under 500, were fucking screaming from the mountaintops about we 3-0, we undefeated. These are the same people that now are saying they're acting like we're 0-5.
Yep.
You know, it's like they
Yeah.
blow
70-20 against Denver.
Uh-huh.
Woo-hoo!
They go from one extreme to the other on how they booty clap for this team and its shortcomings and the reality, right? That's it is fucking nuts to me, bro. I can't even believe it.
Speaking of Denver dropping 70 points to their opponent, don't you think it was because they were seeing week 3 as a preseason game as well?
Well, yeah, see, that's what I was going to say. Now, Denver, that's, dropping 70 doesn't really count.
No, but if this is the new norm across the league, then that means Denver was vanilla that day too.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't really count for Denver. They shouldn't be upset. It's the September games, Color. They don't really matter anymore. That, according to Dolphins fans, it's not really real because Tua's not there. And when Tua is there and he's really throwing interceptions and going in concussion.
There, now you're getting down to the crux of it, bro.
That's right, Color. And you know what?
Now you're getting it.
When Tua is getting concussed,
as long as Tua's not here, we can be developmental.
That's right. That's right. And if Tua
so
is
we're not
here,
on a Super Bowl run unless Tua
Color,
is
hold
under
on
center.
now. Hold on, Color, because if Tua's in there and getting concussions or throwing multiple interceptions, that's not really Tua because that's somebody else's fault.
Right.
That's Mike McDaniel's fault. That's the offensive line's fault.
Exactly. That would explain the poor performance against Jacksonville and the poor performance against Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't work for Skyler?
Fuck no, Color. Skyler is fucking he's trash. He's trash, Color. He's trash. Again, they sit here and like, you guys just hate Tua. No, we just hate you who only love Tua. That's our fucking problem. We hate those who only love a player and or bend over and spread them cheeks for the organizations to shove their hand up your ass and use you as their talking puppet. That's what we don't like. It is. I said this the other day, Color. I've never seen a business I've got a short minute. I've never seen or heard of a business that took $2 billion and made $5 billion in 20 years with no further results than when they inherited it. No further results. It's like taking It's like taking a fucking
You know what it reminds me of?
what?
Aaron Imholt.
I don't know who that is, Color.
We'll get to the show as soon as we make the goal. We'll get to the show.
Yes, it's that guy that's fucking. We're gonna get to the Super Bowl as soon as fans.
35 years from now, we'll get to it as soon as we make this goal.
And the fucking organization is showing the love to the fans that are the most cucked of it. We're gonna spread our positive vibes into the fucking football team to positively vibe us to a Super Bowl. Some of the dumbest new age hippie bullshit I've ever heard in my fucking life, Color.
Right.
I want to fucking listen. It enrages me, bro. And I'm not that guy, bro. I'm kind of chill. I'm laid back and shit. But it enrages like the old fucking caveman warrior that's inside me. Like, no, must have fire. You're like, no, we will think ourselves into being warm. I'm like, no, we need fire to not die. You're like, no, we're gonna believe that we're warm. Like, what the fuck lost boy bullshit are y'all pretending to eat food and starving to death? You fucking idiots. Are you fucking kidding me right now, Color? We're gonna positively vibe by then negatively shitting on what the organization says we are supposed to shit on. Y'all are goddamn idiots. You all are fucking retarded, bro.
Now, I want to
to
highlight William Slater's comment here. He says, I mean, Skyler is trash, but that's immaterial to this conversation. Thank you, William.
Thank you, William.
Finally, somebody that gets what I'm trying to say.
Color, use your imagination. Imagine that it's not the way it is. What are we doing? Color, I'm in a fucking simulation of fucking dolphin idiotdom. That's what I'm in. I'm in a simulation of these people are wearing aqua and orange, but they're not really real. They're fucking idiots. Holy fuck, when did this happen?
I'll tell you
bro?
this much. They certainly ain't crapping aqua. And I know for sure that I have.
Crapped
aqua, yeah.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, I have too from eating too much fucking
blueberry.
Blueberry
does it to you, bro.
Well, so does gummy like those fucking gummy packets.
Right, the new blue dye, whatever they're using for the new blue dye, will turn your shit aqua. I swear to God.
Yep, it will. You'll have aqua dookies.
And you know, because the way I eat cereal, bro, I love cereal so much. I like and all kinds of like. There ain't really a cereal I don't like. Grape Nuts is the only cereal I won't put in my mouth.
Yes,
because it literally tastes like barley. You know, but like Booberry, the Count Chocula, Booberry, Frankenberry. Remember the monster cereals, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Well, now they only come out with them around Halloween time. But they used to be on the shelves permanently. And recently, out of nostalgia, I bought a box of Booberry. I used to love Booberry. Like, it's my favorite, man.
Yep. And then you were like, I can't eat this shit no more. It's obviously taking
I'm telling you, bro. Later that day, I freaking was shitting aquamarine, bro. I swear to God.
Color, I used to buy, when my daughter was a baby, I used to buy these fucking berry gummy snacks. And I ate a bunch, and she ate some, and I was changing her diaper, and I went to the bathroom, and I was like, we're not eating this no more. We're not eating this no more.
I looked down in the toilet, and I'm like,
bro, I'm a young dad. I'm like,
no, bro.
I'm like, mom.
Yo, when I looked down at the toilet, I pulled out my fan card and I threw it down on the table like somebody going all with the nuts in poker, bro. I was like, bam, Dolphin fan #1 right there. Shit aqua.
That's it. So here's the deal, Color, and I want to just kind of get back to the topic at hand and stop talking about aqua shit for a little bit. If that's all right with you.
It wouldn't be the Fins tailgate if we didn't talk about aqua shit, bro.
That's true. If there was anywhere on YouTube that's going to talk about it, it's going to be here. But again, dude, everything is such a fucking hypocritical contradiction with this fan base and this organization and how they stand. It's like they're like, oh, you're not doing, you said this, and you said that. It's almost like every take you got that's a real take, all you gotta do is wait long enough to be right. Well, they're right in the moment because the lie is present.
Of course.
And wrong
Of
tomorrow,
course.
saying that they were right yesterday and now they're right again today. It's
Of course.
fucking,
That's like
it's
being right
maddening.
about the sky being blue.
It is
Who's going to
literally
argue with you?
gaslighting.
Who is
It's
going to
gaslighting.
argue with you that the sky's blue? Nobody, right? It's a fact. The sky is blue.
And yet it's not
But
always blue.
the truth is different than the fact. The fact is the sky's blue. The truth is
the sky's not
there
always
is
blue.
no sky. There
That
is
too.
only the Earth's atmosphere. There's no such thing as sky. That's a
Except
human
for Skyler.
construct.
Except for Skyler. The sky's
When
not
you talk
always
about
blue
facts,
either.
when you talk about facts and truth, the sky is the best analogy
Color,
because
I'm
the
looking at the sky
fact
right
is
now.
the sky is blue. There is
Color.
nobody that's going to argue with that. That's a
I'm
fact.
looking at the
sky is
sky.
blue.
I'm looking at the sky right now. There's some blue, some grays, some whites.
Well,
That's pretty
sure,
much
but
it.
generally speaking, it's a fact that the sky is blue. It's also a fact that it's got white in it. So it's a fact that the sky is blue. But it's not the truth. The truth is that there is no sky.
Yep. And the fact is, Tua's a quarterback. The truth is, he's not an NFL caliber quarterback.
If you were to drop, I saw this video the other day. They were trying to drop a hammer out of the International Space Station to see if it would fall all the way to Earth or burn up in the atmosphere. And I don't remember what the result. I don't remember what I don't know. It might have been. I don't remember what the results were, but the point I'm making to bring that up is that something doesn't fall from the sky. It gets attracted to the Earth. So there really is no sky. But if you try to tell somebody there's no sky, they'd say you're not being factual.
Yeah, I again, Color. I'm tired. I'm almost burnt out arguing with morons because I'm learning that I can't be right and explain it and spoon feed them enough how moronic they are, because that in itself is the enigma. Morons aren't going to get it. They're not going to get it. That's what makes them a moron.
And the funny thing is, when they're talking about, we've had these discussions as fans for several years when we talk about Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Maybe you could even say Kansas City last year, where the idea is that the good coaches and the good teams are still working stuff out in September. And, the difference being those teams were still doing what it takes to win a ball game.
You know what, though, Color? I would dispel that narrative because the Chiefs, who played the most football last year next to the Niners, which actually they played more than the Niners because if our memory serves correct, wasn't Niners number one and had a bye week in the playoffs? I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they were.
Yeah, I think so.
And they played their starters in the preseason more than any other team. Any other team. So
yeah, well, I'm not talking about the preseason. I'm talking.
I know, but
yeah,
I'm just
you're
talking
about
about
that point. I'm talking about
solving
the slow
the
start.
problems. I'm
Right.
talking about solving the problems rather than what the Dolphins do is give me excuses.
Right.
For the problems.
Right. It's an excuse that we start slow. It's not we're actually implemented this brilliant strategy of no. You got caught with your pants down, and now you're excusing yourself.
That's right. Everybody kind of starts slow these days. Choke.
And you know what? And you know what, Cap? The 2-1 teams right now and the 3-0 teams, right? Those teams are having equally as much problems, but they're getting the dubs.
Color, here's a great example.
In other words, wait, real quick. When he says there's opportunity throughout the season for development, that's true. Okay? But you get the dub first.
Well, how about
you do whatever it takes? Run the ball all day, whatever it takes to get that dub. And if there's any time left in that game, yes, you can convert to developmental mode.
The narrative collapses on itself, and I'm going to give you two reasons why. Number one, if that's the narrative, then everybody's starting slow. Why are the Dolphins starting slower? Okay. And then also, if you want to be real about it, if any team should start slower in this September not real football narrative that they're pushing on us right now. And here's why we're pointing it out, because this is going to be the new truth in the years to come. It's going to be the new truth in the years to come. But if you look at the Buffalo Bills in particularly, a slew of new starters on defense. Meanwhile, their quarterback has an entire new wide receiving group. I didn't see them starting slow.
And do you really think that they're going to drop off just because everybody who started slow is doing good now? No. They got their 3 dubs because they know what it takes to get in the playoffs and win a damn Super Bowl.
It's just like the injury excuse narrative. Everybody gets injuries. Everybody, dude. It's these same excuses that the fan base just says, well, that's a good excuse. You know, I'll forgive them and be here and not and be a good little choir boy and take their bullshit. Meanwhile, you know, all we're saying is that don't get mad at our facts versus you wanting me to be in your feelings.
Right.
Go fuck yourself.
And so what S. Harris is saying now is we shouldn't be panicking because we're all the ones that say September and October don't matter. Show me December, January. Nobody ever said that. Not out of my mouth.
I'll tell you what.
Okay, because what you're saying, S. Harris, is we want to stop collapsing in October and December and January. So what we're going to do is now collapse in September, and then what? Collapse again in December? I don't get that.
Kevin Lee. This is a new presser, Kevin Lee. That's why we're suffering through it a second time.
Oh, yeah, it's a new presser. He's just saying the same shit he did the other day.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing, right, Culler? This team historically, and I put this in chat, historically has shit the bed. Aquamarine Blueberry shit the bed. Okay?
Well, I got to correct myself real quick.
Hold on,
Big Nick is good for something. He keeps me in check. He says they do. LOL. He's talking about the last part of my statement where I said they know how to win a Super Bowl. I retract that part of it.
Yeah,
they know what it takes. They just can't do it.
I would tell you this. Okay, so
they're setting themselves up to have success in the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they know how to do that.
The Miami Dolphins football team, not just Tua or fucking Mike McDaniel, the team in the last since Ross has certainly taken over and beyond has historically.
I'm sorry, Cap.
He's
gonna go with it. He's gonna run with it now. That's new. That's me now, bro. I think Buffalo knows what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Have fun with it, Big Nick. I tried to correct myself, but Big Nick don't let nobody correct themselves. So go ahead, Big Nick. Tell the world.
So because this team historically shits the bed at the end of every season, we can ill afford shitting the bed at the start of the season in hopes that this is the one-off fucking year that they're going to get their act together in the final 6-7 weeks of the fucking season. So
I can tell you this, Buffalo, this current incantation of Buffalo knows how to win a division. They know how to put themselves in position to get to the damn game. They don't know how to actually get there, but they certainly know that starting 3-0
I would say
is
Buffalo,
likely. They know that starting 3-0 is likely going to win you the division.
I know this. Buffalo knows how to do so much more than Miami does right now. The one thing neither team knows how to do, and Buffalo most importantly, is beat Patrick Mahomes. That's it. Because Patrick Mahomes is the reason that their season has been snaked again and again and again, outside of the Bengals, here and there too. But
I'm not giving Buffalo props for anything.
Well, I don't care. I'll give them
They're
props.
giving themselves props, dude. In case you didn't notice, they're undefeated right now. We're not.
Because I use context, I'm a moron according to Cap. I don't see the way Cap does. I'm a moron, huh? I mean, if the shoe fits, No, well,
I don't
again,
think Big Nick's a moron at all,
here's
but if
Big
he
Nick
wants the
diving in.
moniker, he can have
Yeah,
it.
if here's Big Nick diving in front of my moron statements, go right ahead. I would say that diving in front of that statement the way you did, Big Nick, is a moron thing to do. So I would say that. So if you feel so inclined to jump in front of my moron statement and think it's directed at you, then maybe that's who I'm talking to, because that's who I'm. If you were saying Chris Cap thinks I'm a fucking moron, then yeah.
No, he was trying to get Skyler out from underneath the tire tracks and put himself there.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the deal, Color. I'm not saying don't be hopeful on your team, but that's not what these people do. They're hopeful on their team while shitting on the things that aren't really the problem. Shitting on Skyler, and he deserves every bit he gets, only distracts you from the shitting on who's actually at fault. And y'all are too moronic to understand it. Because when we're over here pointing out all the fallacies and the double speak and the fucking bullshit. I heard Mike McDaniel say in this interview, Color, that adjusting his game plan and offense to Tyler Huntley was going to be the best way for the Dolphins to win, basically. And I thought, holy fuck, that's crazy. Because he didn't do that for fucking Skyler. What he did was have Skyler adjust to what their game play is.
Right.
And I made the take, if Huntley starts this game or plays a majority of the game and plays it his way, we'll win. If they have Snoop Huntley,
if they try to shoehorn him, we're going to lose.
If they try to shoehorn him in this fucking, just like Darren Bevel said in his interview, I've been listening this whole time, Color, cleaning and doing all this shit around here. If they're like Darren Bevel said, this elite timing offense, if they're going to ask Huntley to operate this perfectly crafted into a timing quarterback, Tagovailoa elite timing offense, we will not only lose, but Huntley will be the next guy this entire fan base is calling fucking trash, because they're fucking morons
and here's
don't
the
understand.
Thing.
And hold on,
Color.
Let me learn the last bit. If they do shoehorn him and Huntley's like, fuck this shit, and rattles off 5 or 6 massive runs or stupid broken tackle, sling the ball for a hope and a prayer, everyone's going to go, where Dolphins are back. Tyler Huntley's so great. And I'm going to go, yeah, he did great things on a couple of plays. All in all, though, this offense, this game plan, and this fucking whole setup is not going to get us any fucking where. And I'll land my plane.
Right on. T-Dobbs says, I'm glad this conversation caused you to pause, McDaniel. It was frying my brain cells.
Well, I loved it in chat when you started speeding it up and everyone's like, thank God. It was like,
I noticed that.
They're like, thank God, man.
It's like 1.5 is a little too fast to understand what he's saying. 1 1/4 is right perfect, bro.
Yeah. It's like, because the turns into
Right. It makes him look. It makes him look edgy.
Think,
he's like
that
yeah,
we are going to start Tyler Huntley. Fucking dick. Fucking asshole, bro. Motherfucker, dude. Shut the fuck up or fucking say something. You can't do both. God damn it. Shut the fuck up or speak.
So I backed it up about 10 seconds because you were popping in right as he said it. You have to hear this part.
Color, I want to break all my fucking patio furniture right now. I said serious, dude.
This is the part about
smashing my fucking patio furniture.
What you just mentioned about what they do with Tua as opposed to Skyler and Huntley and whatever else and shoehorning and all that. And about using games during the season, like early in the season, as get right games, whatever you want to call it, whatever the language. Listen to this part of what he said.
Real quick, because I want to hear it, but I got to address goddamn Game Boy right now. Skyler's been here 3 years, shake my head. Yep, and then the rookie Skyler that didn't know fuck all about this dumbass offense played head and shoulders better. Go listen to what Darren Bevel said. Well, we all remember in the rookie game, he came in there in a bad situation and played really good. Remember that? Where now that they've been fucking molding and crafting this fucking kid into this dumbass fucking elite timing offense, he can't do a goddamn thing.
Right, right. Because what's going to happen with that? They were saying, Bevel was saying that
that's not how I sound.
right. So Bevel was saying that, you know, they're trying to get him up to speed, and like he's in practice telling him, let it go, let it go. In other words, back foot planted, let it go. The guy's gonna be there. Oh, what if he's not? They're setting this guy up to throw a bunch of passes to nobody, bro.
Listen, and that's the offense, right? The offense is that, hey, at the 1.9 second mark from the time the ball is snapped into your hands,
because if we don't maintain a 2.1 second pocket time on average, then that wait. If we don't maintain a 2.1 second pocket time, then that destroys the narrative that our offensive line is trash and all of that.
I don't think that's why Culler. No, they don't give a fuck all that narrative shit. They are over here with fucking stopwatches, film, and fucking string line theory fucking offense.
Right.
That, hey, listen, on this edge with this guy's speed that we have here in player X, when he comes out, takes 3 steps, turns, and as soon as the clock strikes 1.8, you need to be winding to throw at 1.9 because there's windows going to open. It's going to be about the size of a shoebox, but it's going to open right here, and that's where you got to put it. Who the fuck can operate in those goddamn conditions? Who the fuck can operate in those conditions? And I'll tell you what, fine. You're doing that
Alabama against Southern Alabama, Minnesota, Montana State, A&M, Tech.
Yeah, exactly. And fine, okay, you can get the one guy that can operate it. But eventually, when timing bullshit is what it is, and I need plays to be made, the one guy that can operate your fucking obtuse offense can't make those plays or stay healthy to do so. It's a flawed system.
Yeah, and throwing guys open isn't the same thing as throw the ball to that spot at this exact time because the guy will be there. That's not throwing a guy open. Throwing a guy open is when you see Tyreek running around and you're scrambling, and you see Tyreek running around everybody, and you see an open space, and you see his direction has changed to that spot, and you say, guess what? He's going to stop right there, but I'm going to put the ball in a place that makes him continue to run for it because it'll open him some space. He needs to trust me. That's called throwing a guy open. Not, put the ball there because the guy's going to be coming by at the same time. That's not throwing a guy open.
It's flawed because we don't like the starting
guessing. It's guessing. It's saying you are a robot. Your job is to put ball here at this time. And if receiver gets held up, receiver drops ball or ball is intercepted. And then we come out, wait. And then when the fans bitch at you for throwing an interception, we come to the podium and say, no, that's not his job. We don't expect that out of him.
I think I figured it out, Culler. I think I figured it out. You ready? I'm gonna do this, and I want to see if it lands to the people that obviously can't understand. If the wide receiver is stepping out from his route, and you need to take the second window that could potentially open up, there is a flaw in this timing offense, because if you don't possess a quarterback that can potentially historically move around in the pocket and maneuver the defense with his playmaking,
Do they have it?
God-given
I'm looking for
footing
the 2X button on
ability.
StreamYard. Do they have it?
That might help this football team take the next step. I think that's the way to get to these fucking dummies, Color. I got to talk stupid to them. That's what I got to do. I got to start talking
Yep.
stupid. This is the problem, Color. This has been our problem since day one on YouTube. That we're creating too logical of fucking content out here on YouTube. We are probably
It's my
a
fault.
third.
I take responsibility for that.
I do kind of blame you, Color, because I could pretend to be stupid more than you can get me back to smart. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep, because I can't. It's my fault because I can't just develop a thick skin and understand that people are irrational.
not just
And
irrational, but
I
ignorant,
can't
right?
always make people think logically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it, Color, and I agree with you, which is what drew me to like, yo, this guy gets it. I think he understands. I blame myself as well. Like we need to we need to have a team meeting. We need to go, listen, guys. I just need all of us to.
We just got to dumb it down more.
I don't know how though. Like,
how
much more dumb can I make things around here, Color?
Well, we can. All we have to do is ask Frank Smith.
That's true, but how stupid do I got to be to get in the room with Frank Smith, Color?
Don't worry though. Them games early in the season, they don't matter. We'll get you up to speed. I mean, Cap, this man literally sat here and said,
"What the fuck?" Dude?
That big time, big play opportunity or big opportunities don't start to happen as much until the games start to matter.
Yeah, well, they'll matter when we win, Color, and then they'll be like, "See, they're winning the games that matter."
Now, about development, okay, keep in mind, guys, we're on a Super Bowl run. We've been in a Super Bowl window. Remember? It
Color,
didn't matter that we had a first-year head.
down.
Hold on. It didn't matter that we had a first-year head coach. The window was open when Mike McDaniel got here. It didn't matter that he's a second-year head coach. The window's still open. Now, apparently, it doesn't matter that we're developing players early in the season, during the season, because we're in a Super Bowl window. I didn't realize it was get the dubs however you got to get them and then do the development throughout the season.
So
because
Color,
you need the dubs to be in a window.
Color, I demand as whatever sort of hierarchy we get, and we might have to take a vote on this just because that's how I like to do things. But I'm demanding that we put forth a bill that asks Color to set up and do Mike McDaniel interviews. Because in your own words, as Mike McDaniel, because you have this broad, vocabulary that sometimes you say stuff and nobody even knows what that word means, but you got to play it with the
wait, careful,
and uhs.
Careful. That's becoming intellectual snobbery.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that. I seen that in there, and that's my thing. And I'm like,
actually, it's called a sixth grade education in South Florida. That's what it's called. I know kindergartners in South Florida that are more rational than Dolphin fans.
Well, yeah, they're not all fucking hot, all the dumb shit that Dolphin fans eat gladly. But I think we should do that, Color. I think we should definitely try to set up at the podium. Mike McDaniel will get you some glasses, some fucking dumbass hoodie with some stupid words written on it, like opportunity is found in adversity or something stupid like that. We'll mix it up and then just have you use these obscure words with a lot of I want you to use diarrhea at the mouth. I think it would be fucking magical, bro. It would be magical. And we'll do you full Mike McDaniel style. We'll do full Mike McDaniel.
See, what y'all have to realize is logic is a really
You're saying too much, Color. You're saying too much, and there's too many ums. You have to take these long pauses. Don't try to move through a topic. Try to answer let me ask you a question. Okay, here I'm going to ask you a question. Hold on. So, Mike McDaniel, put us on the regular screen, Color, just so it's a little bit more.
Right.
So, Mike McDaniel, what do you say to this narrative that, the first couple of weeks into September is becoming more of a type and time in football that teams are still kind of figuring it out, with the shortened preseason games and things like that. Is this more of a time where teams are figuring it out and how that's changed the landscape of the NFL as we know it today?
Yeah. So the first thing that you need to realize going forward is that football around the league, it's something you're really seeing across the league now. Because, it's like when you're trying to develop players, you want to really have them time to, develop them. And with the preseason, we're all trying to teach young guys, how to be financially responsible, and that really doesn't help out very much when guys need to learn the playbook. And while they're trying to learn the playbook, they're busy contemplating all aspects of what it takes to be a really good football player. And I think that what you're seeing across the league is at least 17 teams that they really understand, that importance and significance of a football game is relative to how long the season's been going. Other aspects like do the refs change their stripes and
Nah, see, all right, Color, you should have ended it there because you were cooking right till you went to the refs. You were on it.
I know they're not allowed to talk about the refs.
But what you could have done is make a joke because he makes these weird jokes at
Oh
times,
yeah,
too.
that's right. Like that would be really cap friendly, wouldn't it?
Yes, something. Now, I'll field the next question because this is how when the Dolphins are fucking in the shitter and spiraling, the beat writers flip quick, boy. At least the ones that get their questions asked, right? The Alan Poupars of the world, they don't get their questions asked. Let's call it for what it is. I never
by
hear
the way,
Alan.
hold on a real sec, Billy. You're wrong. I gave Flores plenty of heat. Okay, because he does have a certain thing he did all the time in his pressers.
I don't give a
The
shit.
answer, hold on,
Everybody
the answer
catch
to
these
every
hands.
question about how you're going to fix stuff was, what did he used to say?
We're gonna get better.
He's like, we're gonna get in the film.
Yep.
We're gonna do what we can do. Watch
We're
the
gonna make
film.
adjustments. Watch the
Make
film.
adjustments.
We'll get better.
And it would be the same canned answer like every single time, man. We made fun of Flores plenty for that.
He would stare at you like, if you want me to ask more, you're gonna have to meet me in the alleyway, and he would physically impose people that way, which was funny to see as well.
And it was the same exact three phrases every time. We're gonna get in the film, make the corrections, and it was just like clockwork, man.
Yep. So okay, I'm gonna Mr. Mike McDaniel. With that, a follow-up question: are you saying? Can you explain to us the importance of mental reps to help maybe speed up the timeline for Dolphins to be a little bit more prepared? This team to be a little bit more prepared. Is that something you guys are working on? And if so, how?
Oh, it looks like you've been going to Mike McDaniel's school of how to ask questions. There's one of those little pithy jokes you're talking about,
Color, listen, I'm gonna have to dust off the old fucking Johnny Sauce's fucking routine. And we'll have Johnny Sauces asking Mike McDaniel fucking questions at the podium. Color, we got to make
yeah.
this happen. We're going to have to get with HB on
Yeah,
this.
we could do that. We could certainly do that.
Because what I'll do is I'll have them, maybe I'll send you like green screen, like shit to put on a wall, and we can get him to take care of the rest.
Right on, right on. So check this part out, bro.
Well, wait a second. You didn't answer my motherfucking question, Mike McDaniel.
Oh, I can't answer that question. Because without there's a certain thing in football that we call strategy, and without being too coy here, I also don't want the opponent to know really how I think ever. So
Fuck, Color.
I try
I'm
to
zoned out. You're killing it. Because all
I
I know
try
is
to
every
make
time
sure
you
that
start, I zone out.
you see inconsonance in language, in
exhausting.
words, is really hard because like it just makes you like spit a whole bunch of words out of your mouth, and that's not always a good thing, especially when you're on the field and 65,000 people are watching you. But oh, Cap, you lost your avatar.
Yeah, I had a little lapse in my Wi-Fi there.
I know it makes the avatars go away. All you have to do is like reset it, change it to a different one, and then change it back. It'll come back.
Yeah.
But not that I care. I think the dot in the white circle looks perfectly fine for your look. That.
Sure.
Anyway, so that part about developing in the season and all that, or again, I want to preface this part right here, Cap, by reminding you that we're supposed to be in a Super Bowl window. Okay, so check this statement out.
We should be.
Sort of result either way is supremely important, and because I see some anytime you have that maybe a little lack of cohesion in any phase, it goes one way or the other, and there's a lot of opportunity that this season is same as every other. It's going to come down to the teams that are able to handle the noise, handle success, handle failure, and evolve through the months of October and November. Because the one thing I feel safe saying is there's going to be there'll be outliers, but there's also going to be some teams playing their best ball in November and December that may have been just coming together now, and so you do have your hand in that. Our hope is to be one of those teams that continues to improve. As we all know, we have to get close to the results we want.
Good Lord, Color, you've got it.
Well, you have no choice now.
You got it spot on now, Color. I mean,
you done lost a couple games, so you have no choice now, McDaniel, to improve. But see, this is what Nene was referring to last year, Cap. We don't see any reason to improve when we're winning. Because getting the dub just validates all of the sycophancy for Tua. So everybody goes to sleep and says, we're good. We got the dub.
Yeah, it's a great point by her because they're like, oh, we're winning. Why do we need to get better? Meanwhile, the great teams are trying to get better in victory and loss at every moment. They're waiting for, as G wisely points out, adversity to then go, oh,
right.
It's adverse now. We got caught with our pants down. What we've been doing the last month and a half, whatever, isn't working. And I'll tell you what, I've seen them say, well, that was just a one-off. We're gonna triple down and try the same shit that didn't work now a week in a row. I can point to you now. The same offense that was run week 1 was run week 2 and run week 3. And all of it looked like shit. Outside of a handful of fucking big plays made by people who want to make plays. Devon A-Chain comes to mind first. And that's the fucking difference. I get it, right? The offense, every good offense is to scheme the defense away, to scheme and scheme your playmakers open to get the ball in any shadow of how that works, whether it's in the run game or passing game. The problem is all this fucking bullshit trickery. It's just not working, bro. Fucking Billy Batson says adversity hire. That's a fucking funny ass joke right there, bro.
That
Not
is.
diversity.
I have to,
Adversity hire is a fucking good fucking joke, dude. That is good.
AEI. It's AEI.
I know. I know. I know. That's fucking hilarious. I gotta hand it to him. That is a good ass joke there.
Well, I don't even know if there ain't much left here.
Shelby.
I haven't seen the rest of this conference yet, so I don't really know what else he has to say. But I
Yeah, go
really
ahead,
don't
Culler.
care at this point.
Yeah, I promise you that as much time is on there, there's maybe 2 questions asked because Mike McDaniel is going to take up 2.5 minutes to give 8 full seconds. It's kind of like
Right?
how he plays his offense sometimes. He takes up 2.5 minutes to run an 8-second play.
Yeah, I personally would rather just listen to Anthony Weaver read me a book than listen to McDaniel press conference.
I'd rather have Anthony Weaver read me a romantic novel than listen to Mike McDaniel. And I don't want to have any. That sounds super uncomfortable and fucking just weird to say the least. Yet choose that over listening to my head coach talk about my fucking Dolphins, my favorite team. It's crazy. That's nuts.
So I was gonna post the link for Nick. He was saying you asking if you wanted the smoke, bro.
If I wanted the smoke?
Yeah, but I was gonna let you decide, if you wanted the smoke because he was like, I bet Cap don't drop the link.
I ain't shook on nobody. Certainly not no dummy like Nick. I'm just playing.
If I thought
ain't
for a
shook on nobody.
second, if I knew that 500 people wouldn't click it and try to come up, I would post it for Big Nick alone. But nobody ever honors that request.
Well, I mean, we could bring up one at a time. That would be cool right now.
I mean, if you want to, I'm at 4 hours. I'm ready to go down right now. But you know what I mean?
Oh, I mean, if you're ready to shut it down, go ahead. I still got to replace this screen that popped out. I still got fucking tons of shit to do. But
I mean, if we got Exhale coming tonight, I believe.
I don't know. Looks like Ali can't make Exhale. He's out of town.
Oh, is that what did he mention that?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to get in and do it, but again, dude, I'm feeling decent now because the medicine I took.
Right. You're ready to cook, man. You're like, damn, why is Culler I'm gonna cook.
But I mean, I've been going and the medicine's kicked in, but at the same time, like I know this is gonna hit the wall sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna try to do late night exhale. I don't know. Maybe if people start donating, I'll just get fucking hammered drunk. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
I can fire it up if we're just gonna bring people and have a open panel for Saturday evening. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm thinking, I'm gonna put on a clubbing shirt and fucking put some music on and take some shots and have some donations for some shots come in and
yeah, I mean I ain't quite as fly as Ali is, but I could still probably handle hosting, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's
we'll have you DJing, I'll be
yeah, I think
hosting.
we're gonna do that. So as long as I'm not fucking in some kind of medicated coma at that point.
So there you go, Big Nick. Take a nap. Get your energy up.
Nick.
Get ready. Have a couple cigarettes so you can store some of that smoke and come bring it to Cap tonight, man.
Yeah, good luck. He ain't showing
like you won't drop the link. Like that's all we do here is have panel shows, man. Come on, man.
Right?
Putting that on us.
So many people
drop
drop the link.
Ever not drop the link, bro? Like when have we ever been afraid to let anybody come up here and talk to us, man?
Find the link open.
It's literally the name of our channel, the Fins Tailgate.
The link is open on this channel every 36 hours. Literally.
At least.
Okay. Yeah, that's the minimum. That's taking it in a 7-week sample size, over a year fucking sample size, over almost 3 years. You can expect the link at a minimum of every 36 hours. So just because somebody's feeling fired up don't mean I gotta hang around to body them. like always. Okay, just because you're fucking feeling froggy, don't mean I gotta fucking, jump.
Yeah, how come Big Nick don't ever host panels on his show?
Yeah, where's the link on your panel, Big Nick?
Yeah.
Let me come up there and body you on some shit over there.
He'd be like, "You ain't bodying me on the law."
Whatever, dog. I've been in enough courtrooms to know the law well as fuck. Don't even play. Don't even play, dog. I know this. I know the law really good. Really, really good.
I do know this. Speaking of law, as I reported earlier in the week, just to catch those up who didn't hear that, apparently the law that officer cited when arresting and handcuffing Calais Campbell was not even a law.
Of course not. Of course
So
not.
apparently the law that he told him, because Calais said, "You can't do that. That ain't the law." And he says, "It is not. I can now." As if to say, it is law now. And he's
Because
right
he
in the
committed a
respect.
crime.
Well, he's right in the respect that we just passed and signed a new law into effect for 25-foot radius around
What's the law?
first responders.
Obstruction? Is it
But
obstruction?
the law doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2025.
So there is a law of being
We
too
just
close
passed it and
involved in the
signed it
scene.
that it's going to take effect January 1st, 2025.
Okay, well,
Yes.
and that ain't the law yet. And what's
So the cop
what's the
says,
crime?
"I can now,"
What's the
as
crime?
if it's January 1st, 2025. You know what I
But
mean?
what's the crime?
For not adhering to a
After.
lawful order to get 25 feet away.
Oh, okay.
And the law says it's not by default. So in other words, if a cop is okay with it and doesn't order you to move away, you don't have an obligation to stay 25 feet away. They have
got
to
you.
order you to.
So okay, but okay, what's the charge? If I'm taken to jail by not
Obstruction,
obeying,
probably some kind of
that's what I was wondering.
obstruction.
Yeah, an obstruction, And what's the citing of that? Like a public official safety? Is that what they're gonna do? So I mean,
First
how am I
responders.
obstructing?
They call them the law refers to them as first responders.
Yeah, because
So it's probably under the guise of safety for ambulance
can a
people and all
first
that. You know what I
responder
mean?
then tell me if a fucking medic is at a scene of a crash and I'm one of these guys that fucking films these crashes for a living, like that movie that Jake
Right.
Gyllenhaal did. That movie's
You'll have
nuts.
to be 25 feet away only if
they
ordered.
But okay, I mean, listen, this is a fucking cop is they work for the fucking there's what do they call it?
So for
something
instance,
of the justice of the court or something.
right,
Anyhow,
so
but can a fireman tell me to get 25
well,
feet back?
I don't believe so. They would have to. Now, generally speaking, there's going to be law enforcement on the scene of that type of situation. But if the ambulance gets there first, I do not think. No, it has to be a lawful order from a law enforcement officer.
All right, so then okay. Now
So the paramedic can't be like, "Stand back, sir."
This is how I win this case in fucking court. This is why I asked this question. This is how I win this case in court. What more of a threat am I putting being 25 feet inside in this instance than I would be if it was not police involved? See what I'm saying? If I am here and there's a paramedic and a fucking firefighter there, and they can't order me 25 feet away, in which case I can't be arrested, but a cop shows up and orders me away, what really is the law there for?
Right.
Protecting whom? Protecting whom? Because if it's only valid when a cop is on there, yet you're telling me I got to be 25 feet away from public servants, then I feel the law unjust is flawed. In which case, now I want you to change the verbiage, and I want this thrown out because
And
the
it
verbiage
may
should
be that
the
way. I
verbiage
haven't
should
read the law
read.
myself, Cap. So there may be a provision to allow the paramedics to order you. You know what I
They
mean?
can't. Paramedics and fucking firefighters cannot arrest anyone. So
Well, I know they can't arrest anyone,
Well,
But
then
they
how are
can.
they going to order
What
me
I'm
to
saying
obey
is,
a
what I'm
law?
saying is, what
They're
I'm
not a
saying
law.
is,
They're not a law
what
person.
I'm
They can't
saying
order me to
is,
obey one.
if a paramedic says, "Can you please stand 25 feet away from this, please?" That's considered a lawful request. In other words, by proxy. So that if you say, "Fuck you, you're not a cop. I don't have to listen to you," he can just call the cop and be like, "Yo, can you come
Okay,
tell this dude to
so
move back?" You know what I mean?
well, what's gonna stop the cop from showing up to the scene immediately arresting you because a public official has said that
Well,
you've been
that's what I'm
25 feet
saying. I haven't
and
read
asked
the
to get in?
law, so I don't know. But it could be seen as, yes, you've already broken the law by not adhering to that paramedic's request. You know what I mean? It could be that way. I have to read the verbiage of the law myself. I don't want to speak out of turn. You know what I mean?
I
But colloquially,
And to
it has to be
me,
a
I would
lawful
want the
order.
case thrown
However they
out
describe that.
because the verbiage of the law is misleading and hard to understand. And I'm breaking it down in a way that you can't
Right.
tell me why it makes sense. The law should state 25 feet away from
And it
lawgivers
may.
or
It may. I haven't actually read it, so I can't speak to whether it actually says that or not.
and yes, a game warden will arrest the fuck out of you. They do not play even in the
Oh yeah.
slightest. And in fact, fuck around and you're in the woods, that bitch will shoot you because they're taking no shots. They're not taking any because everybody in the woods got a gun. Okay. And they know it and they got one too, and they're not playing. Know this? I've run into them fucking fishing and hunting and picking mushrooms.
Yeah, that's the spot, game warden, wildlife officer, park ranger, marine patrol. These are all
Dangerous.
the oldest and most tenured sheriff's deputies that get these
Oh yeah.
positions. So that's like
Oh yeah.
basically like a retired guy, pretty much. They're still, active law enforcement, but they're the most seasoned officers.
You're talking about those guys in the more public roles. Those are the ones you get to
Marine
see
patrol
more
is
often.
mainly the one I was thinking of, but yeah.
Well, even in the Florida wildlife ones that you get to see a lot. I'm talking about the ones that you don't get to see. They're on fucking protected grounds roaming around out
Oh
there.
yeah, with the
They're,
four-wheelers and all that. Yeah.
the fucking marine patrol that's a mile off the fucking coast looking
The
to
one that
see.
interfaces with the Coast Guard,
That's right. Those aren't the older cats. Those are the young guys, and they're not fucking around at all.
Right,
Especially here in
right.
Florida, they ain't playing. But there was another comment in here I seen. It said, "What if a cop is getting his ass kicked from a crazy person? Is it against the law to help that cop since I'll have to be 25 feet away?" Dead ass. I'll sit there and fucking eat my pocket and be like, "Yo, dog, I want to help
Well,
you.
considering
Tag me
that
out."
cop,
He
considering
better
that cop's
ask for
in no
my help
position to
because I
order
don't
you
want to
not
get
to.
obstruction of justice because I had to fucking get my fucking, fucking thing in there.
Right. Now, what if I'm defending myself against an assailant and I'm doing pretty good at it? Can I order a cop to stay away from my
Yeah,
activity?
dog. First of all, this was a fucking straight up duel, right? No guns, no knives, just hands. And we called each other out. Stand the fuck away. We got this.
No, I'm saying like if
Oh.
somebody attacks me and I am in the process of forcefully making a citizen's arrest, that's
Nah,
my
dog,
crime scene now. You
Nah.
need to step back, officer. This is my
Color,
crime scene now.
You go, oh, I see what you're saying. You're going into a corner store and a guy's running out with a mask and a bag of money.
And I
you
make a
fucking
citizen's arrest and
you
detain him.
clothesline him, Color, you clothesline him, and when he goes down, you fucking come down with the people's elbow right on his face, right? And then you roll up on him and got him into a full fucking the Boston cradle, right? And you're just giving him that backbreaker of the Boston cradle, and he's fucking screaming. Cop rolls up. He's like, "Yeah, stop, put it." You're like, "Get the fuck back! I'm making
Step
a
back,
motherfucking
officer.
arrest."
This is my
Step the fuck back,
investigation.
bro. Citizen's arrest, my investigation. You're obstructing justice right now. I'm a servant of the fucking people right now. Fuck around.
That's
Hell
right.
yeah.
That's right. And if you want to fuck around and find out, I'm gonna citizen's arrest your ass too.
fuck yeah, Cody. You take his fucking cuffs off and handcuff him to the fucking
Oh,
ground.
right.
Hell yeah. You get in his squad car with him and the fucking other guy in the back.
Yeah, that's at which point I knew I
Yeah.
fucked up.
Fuck that, Culler.
At that point is when the officer is going to start to function in reality and be like, all right, dude, you're going to try to take my cuffs? Yeah, we're going to have a problem with that.
Yeah.
No, but it's just the principle of it. I know it's kind of an outrageous analogy, but think about it, though, is what they're saying. Is like, if I'm arresting somebody in a citizen's arrest, isn't that just as valid a, justice process of justice as anything else?
Fuck, Cap for Life says Police Academy 5, Citizens on Patrol.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, but and the irony of that, Cap for Life, where was that filmed?
I don't know. Miami?
Actually, 4 was called Citizens on Patrol. 5 was called Assignment Miami Beach.
Jesus Christ, Culler. Where the fuck did you get that? I mean, that's just sitting in that noggin of yours to have.
Dude,
not
Police
one,
Academy
but
5, Assignment Miami Beach is one of the best out of the whole group, man.
Culler, I just know that there's a fucking shit ton of police academies. I don't know the names of them all or fucking none of that shit. When was, how about this, Culler? What year was the Miami one made?
I'm going to take a wild guess. And we do have IMDb to confirm it. So let's see. Police
Give the guess.
Academy
Give the
5,
guess.
Assignment Miami Beach. I want to say not later than 1990.
Oh, Culler, no, fuck that. You got to give me an exact year.
I'll say 1989.
I'm going to say 1991.
Ooh, that's close enough. I mean, let's see.
I'm not going to hit you with the 1990 and fucking Price is Right you. I really think it's 1991.
Me 5. Assignment Miami Beach. 1988.
Fuck. Damn, dude, I bust. Damn.
Oh, wow. That was before the Berlin Wall fell.
Jesus Christ.
But after the Challenger disaster.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the shit I'm talking about right here.
And let's see. Let's see if it
dropped.
Well, let's see how genuine it was.
With Culler for a couple hours. That's the best show.
Let's see how genuine it was. Let's see where it was actually filmed. See if they actually, gave our city some money.
They probably filmed it in San Diego or something.
Or Puerto Rico or something.
Well, I don't know. It was 88. That was the peak cocaine days and crack cocaine days.
True.
So there was probably a lot of money getting thrown around, and Hollywood was looking for any reason to come to Miami to re-up. You know what I'm saying? They're over here making small budget Miami fucking Police Academy 5. And
Oh yeah. Yo, you're not gonna believe this. This is something I never even knew. Not only did I not know it, but I've seen that movie 5,000 times, and I don't think I recognized one spot.
What?
First of all, the swimming pool, it's called Swimming Pool. It's Fontainebleau Hilton Resort on Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. Fontainebleau Hilton Resort in Miami Beach. Miami, Florida, and West Palm Beach, Florida.
What? We're at in West Palm.
No way was that, dude. I did not recognize one spot in that film, nor did I even think that I had to.
Yeah, might have to go back and watch it and see where
I'm gonna now. I want to know where that was at. Now, the Collins Avenue, I can see all throughout the movie. Sure. I mean, you're right out there. Matter of fact, it's right over by the Denny's on Collins Avenue where the municipal beach is for Miami.
Real quick, I got to address, I don't know who this guy is. Something Tua Seed Hotline.
Cold
JA17. El Capitan. How much for a pack of Virginia Slim 120 lights in Florida? Asking, my buddy's wife wants to know. That's that's the lie. He's obviously
Bro,
asking 'cause he
Virginia
wants to
Slims
know.
are expensive as hell down here, bro. They're
I
like
wouldn't know.
$14 a pack, man.
I'm guessing he wants to know because he's, that's his favorite cigarette. You can just ask, dude. You only got to tell me your buddy's wife
I
wants to know.
I know,
It's
bro.
fucking,
I know. He can just admit to liking Virginia
yeah,
Slims.
dude. I mean, Jesus. Just
I
fucking,
mean,
we're not going to judge you.
look, Mike, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. My first cigarette was a Virginia Slim.
Not
Okay.
me. Mine was a Doral Red at the back of the CC's fucking pizza. Nah, never mind. I think I smoked herb before fucking cigarettes, honestly. Now that I think
Well, my
about it.
dad didn't smoke, so, but it was my mom, and that's what she smoked. So that was all I could get a hold of. And it was disgusting. Even as for a cigarette, it was disgusting. The cigarette smokers know what I mean. Anyway, now that we've chopped it up about absolutely nothing important for the past 20 minutes, everybody hit the like button.
Can you hear me,
I don't
Colin?
know. What's that?
Oh, can you hear me? My fucking internet keeps dropping. It keeps
Yeah,
going off.
we did lose you for a second.
I was saying that back in my day, we used to fucking go to the skating rink, and that's where everybody would smoke their cigarettes.
Oh yeah,
that's where it was.
The first pack of cigarettes that I ever called my own, that I actually owned, that was in my possession, was a pack of Camel Wides.
Damn, Camel Wides, the ones that are like as big as my pinky.
Oh, I love Camel Wides, man. That's my go-to if I can't get my normal.
Fuck, Camel Wides, that's fucking gnarly, dog.
They're great.
You say so.
The only thing that would make them better is if they had them in hundreds.
Damn, you'd be like smoking a fucking cigar.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's almost cigarillo size. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, right? God, dude, this lawn guy came and cut the lawn like shit.
No, but can you imagine Camel Wides, though, nowadays are probably perfect for emptying out and sprinkling some herb in, you know what I mean? I never thought of that. That's the perfect cigarette for that.
Funny you should say that, Color, because I used to, back in the days when clubbing was fucking cool, you used to be able to stash stuff in those parliaments. You know, those parliaments. They got
oh, yeah, because they had the filter that had it was like a little relief cut in the filter.
Yeah, exactly. So you could jam a little something in there.
Yeah, no kidding.
And no one would ever know you'd be over here smoking a cigarette. We went to a place that was really strict. They seen you do something, and like even while we were there, I seen one or two people picked up by security and taken out. But there was like a bunch of fucking, I forget who it was, techno guys going. It was in Miami or something like that. It was a big fucking show, and I was like, "This is how we're gonna do it," and had it in the fucking cigarettes, and so when I'd give them to my friends. They'd be like, "Doop," and I'll be good. Nobody got in trouble. It was fucking dope. So that's how you beat the system, people.
Wow, now that I'm thinking, there's a lot of things I could have put in those little
dog
relief cuts, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, fuck, Color. I'm an innovator, bro. I'm always, if you ain't looking for the angles, you're getting played, bro. Words to live by. You ain't looking for the angles, you getting played.
Wow. Well, I can't believe it's already 4:30. Jesus. 4:40.
Well, shut her down, Color. We'll talk back soon.
Yeah. I've done enough roasting of our coaching staff for the day.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think it's funny. I think it's
Oh,
funny.
I'm February Marino's goat. It's about what does that make it? 8 months older, roughly. Or no, he's 12, so that would be 10 months.
What the fuck is that?
But anyway, yeah, so look, I'm not as upset with the coaching staff as it sounds. A lot of it's in good fun. Who wants to sit here and listen to me,
Yeah,
slob
go
on their
listen.
knob? I mean,
Yeah,
you know
go
what I
listen to
mean?
those other guys sucking up. Fuck.
I mean, at the end of the day, there are coaching staff. There are Dolphins too. They got to get in a better frame of mind, man. They need to approach it different. The whole approach needs to be scrapped. You get back to what you know about football. Stop letting the little dweeb on offense tell you how to be what you are. Take the lead from Anthony Weaver and just be a coach. All this other overthinking and all this other nonsense. I mean, just be a coach. Anyway, exhale tonight. However it's called, we will be having open panel tonight. Let you all get your voices off and hype up for the game coming up Monday. I don't think we have anything else before then going tonight. But again, probably around, I can't speak for El Capitan, but I could say maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock. We will go have a hard stop at midnight, because at midnight, mark your calendar, hit the notification bell, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, because you don't want to miss at midnight the live edition, the weekly live edition of Insomnia with Shake Money and Crypto. And I think they usually do a panel. I don't remember. But so you got us covering you for a place to come and shout out your football team from about 9 o'clock tonight on through the morning. So depending on how long Shake Money goes with Insomnia. So make sure you're joining us back. Go to TFTGnetwork.com. Bookmark it. Make it your homepage. And that way you have no problems getting to all of our content, all of our socials, bios, the shopping site where you can find all kinds of great gear. Everybody's favorite, of course, being the Cookin' Folk apron. And I'll just leave you with one last thought. I forgot to do it the last show. I got to do it this show. The current state of the Miami Dolphin fan. There you go. I think I'm gonna try to get Cap and HB to put something similar to this on a T-shirt, and I want to pass these T-shirts around at the stadium. I want to just here you go, because ain't no reason. Just like you don't put baby in a corner, you don't put a bag over a Dolphin fan's head. So we got to get this T-shirt going on, so we got something to wear besides bags over our head. And I'm all for it. So, there you go. Everybody have a great afternoon. Spend some time with your kids. It's a beautiful day out. Get to the pool. And as always, fins up.